what I'm going to do is show you around my new lighting here. As you can see, it's a lot more lit up. I do not have any regular lighting on. Those curtains just react to the UV light I have in here. And go this way, and that's my little honorary thing to Richard Crow, which is taught everybody how to do paranormal. And there's the reason I don't need any light, along with some of these shirts up top who are reflecting so much light that I can actually read a newspaper in here by UV light. This reminds me of my teenage years, and all I want to do is look around and say, wow, man, look at that. There's a fly on the ceiling. Wow, dude, that is cool. My old days as a teenager, many years ago, like late 60s, early 70s. Anyway, we are going to bring out the Ghost Sisters, or Ghost Chics, excuse me. And we're going to bring out a special guest, Stephen Miller, who's going to talk about the trip to Gettysburg they made. By the way, we need to get started. Phones. Let's do the official intro now that we've got everybody going and showing everybody around the new studio, including our little ghosties sitting around here, including the one back behind my head. But let's get started.
Warning, the following video contains strong language which may be offensive to some viewers and or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Southern Fried Paranormal with Len Dorman featuring Bones. Catch us on Spotify, iHeart, iTunes, Spreaker, Facebook, Stream, and everywhere else you catch your podcasts. And of course, WLFE-DB.com. Now, from the backwoods of southeast Arkansas, right beside the Bayou Bartholomew, the longest bayou on the planet, broadcasting from downtown metropolitan Cane Creek Township, here is your host, Len Dorman.
And I don't look bright on here. I guess I'm something with all this UV light. Anyhow, we will be bringing in our guest right about now. Angel.
Hi.
From Ghost Chics. Hello, Angel.
Hello, Len.
And also bringing in my old friend Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller's a great guy, knows a lot about the paranormal, been to a lot of places. But we're here tonight mainly to talk about Gettysburg and what he did there. And don't you have some EVPs you're going to play for us tonight, Stephen?
Oh, let's see. Not unless you've got them. I don't have them with me at the time.
I don't have them.
Oh, I thought you were getting them from my YouTube channel. Okay. Now, I wouldn't know how to get them on here from what I have it on.
Wonder if my microphone will pick them up. You usually send them to me.
I don't have a pay for YouTube account yet. We are.
Okay, how are we going to do this?
We
I got them on my
issues.
Yeah, I have them on my special microphone app, but I don't know how to get it on the program.
Do
you, Angel? Do you
I'm
have?
not sure how
have
to do
them
this
available?
either. Never done this before.
I haven't either. Not on the show. Angel will figure it out.
I'm looking here. My microphone is pretty good on here, so I think you sent them to me, Stephen.
Yeah, we'll use those then. Great. Okay.
Yeah,
That'll
if I have
work.
them on my, because I
Okay.
save all the stuff that you send me. So I might be able to play them and you might be able to hear them from my side.
Sounds like a plan.
So we could try that.
Okay. So that works for me. Everybody's flashing on and off because slow internet.
Actually, I did suspect that Leslie's picture.
Not that one.
I'm glad I sent them to now, Angel.
You send me everything, Stephen.
I certainly do, don't I?
That one's from your living room. Oh. Here's that big gasp. This one is really good. I really like this one. Here, let's see if we can hear this one, guys. All right, play it again.
Now that one is what it imitated my yawning. That was up in the rosebud room. And right after I yawned, I said real quickly, you probably couldn't hear what I said, that was me or whatever. But right after that, there's a little, sound like he's imitating my yawn.
Yeah, this stuff.
That was at the 1912 Hoover House, by the way.
Yeah, that's right on the outskirts of Gettysburg. Len, that place, it was amazing. We had such a good time there. Oh my.
Sure did. Sure did.
The stuff that was going on in the basement, like we walked down, and I guess I should tell you a little bit about myself, huh? So you understand how weird I am. Stephen understands me.
Yeah.
I had something growing in my head, so it makes me a little bit more susceptible. And I died a little bit, just a little bit one time. No biggie. But so now I'm kind of like Haley Joel Osment on The Sixth Sense. I see dead people. Okay, but I'm not a medium. I don't ever tell people I'm a medium. I'm not going to talk to grandma because I can't. I'm an extra large, but I am not a medium. Okay, just because I see them don't mean I can talk to them. But as soon as we went down there in that basement, I mean, it was like bam. Right. I mean, it's intelligent down there. I mean, residual stuff, you see it all the time. Like I can see that stuff like I'm looking at you. Intelligent though, they can hide from me. But I can usually find them and I'll pick them out. And as soon as Stephen and I went down there, we put our equipment and stuff out. And those crazy little cat balls, everybody uses now for trigger objects. Do you know what I'm talking about, Len? He's frozen.
Uh-oh. There he goes. He's back.
Well, anyway, so I bought the little trigger cat balls. I think they're a great little tool.
I am flashing in and out.
And he's gone again.
Yeah, technical difficulties.
And I'm back again.
And he's back.
Yes. Back in a flash.
The only thing I can say is if I flash out, just keep talking.
Okay. Okay.
I may not be able to hear you, but just keep talking because it's still going out.
Okay. All right. Good enough. So anyways, I bought a bunch of those little cat ball trigger, balls to set places. I got the trigger. If it's paranormal equipment, I have it. So we set up all this equipment and stuff, and right away, bam! I mean, stuff started going, and I'm seeing like this shadow everywhere. I'm like, there it is. I'm like, it's over here. I'm like, but it's not presenting itself to me yet, and I don't know if it ever will because it was just being an ass. It's just like bouncing all over that basement. And Steven kept trying to do an EVP with it and everything. And honestly, I can't get them stupid cat balls to work anywhere. I'm like, these things don't work. I'm going to give them to my cat because they don't work anywhere. Down in that basement in the Hoover house, let me tell you, it was like, can you get that thing to go again? And it starts flashing all crazy and stuff. And then the EMF meters going off on the other side of the room. Then the trip wires going off. And I'm looking and I'm like, there it goes again. And we didn't know what to do because it was just an insane night.
A lot of activity with all of our equipment.
This was in the basement of what now?
That was at the 1912 Hoover House.
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes out of Gettysburg.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of history in that town too, with the both of the armies and everything coming through. So there's a lot. But also the Hoover House was a speakeasy and a nursing home before it turned into a bed and breakfast. So I wasn't picking up anything, like soldier or anything like that. I mean, I was feeling like I was like in the roaring 20s down there in the basement. Like I was waiting for Al Capone to walk through and order some nasty bathtub gin. You know what I mean? That was just the feeling it had down there. And it was really cool. It was really cool.
You know what was really cool though? On your tripwire, that is an amazing device. I gotta get that one of these days. I mean,
wow.
There's at one point, all of them flashed at one time, which was really remarkable. Then there was one, a single little, that little, what do you call it, like a rod of light or whatever that you've got that flashes. That was on the top of the shelf, and that was flashing by itself. Then another one that went off, and then another one in the middle flashed. It was crazy. Yeah. But it was definitely doing stuff that an intelligence source, varying it. And of course she had the what was it like? It was like a millimeter. I don't know, that you had. That was going off like crazy too, turn into the red and everything. Yeah, we had a lot of stuff going on down there.
Yeah, that was a good night. We had a really good time that night. And everybody flocks to Gettysburg. If you live in Pennsylvania and you're a ghost hunter, you go to Gettysburg to look for ghosts. Everybody
you can't miss. I mean, well, it is hit or miss, but I mean, it's such a haunted town. You're bound to get something during your stay. I think most people do. But with 51,000 casualties in 3 days, 1963, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, you notice it's bound to have some paranormal there. A lot of it, in fact.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an amazing town. I mean, if you don't believe in ghosts, by the time you leave,
you have to with that many people.
Yeah.
Yep. You'd be pretty dumb not to believe in ghosts.
A lot of people go to places where there's only, but some people go out of the way to go to places where they're terrified. Gettysburg is just unbelievable. It occurred in 3 days.
Yeah.
There in Tatum, any of those major battlefields where thousands of people died, that's got to be the holy grail of ghost hunting right there.
Yeah. That and like Shiloh. Oh, I want to go to Shiloh so bad. I haven't been there yet. I'm always this close to it. I'm driving by 100 miles an hour and I can't stop. And that's one of the ones I'm going to go to sometime. I'm hoping to go sometime this winter. Because honestly, I hate going when there's
Okay.
so many people. Like Gettysburg in the summertime, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting
Yes.
somebody with a K2 meter. You know what I mean? I like to go in the dead of winter because people are like, ghosts don't come out in the winter. Yeah, they do. And they're all mine now.
Yes, they do. When you got that
Angel's
kind of
very
energy,
lucky.
they will come out.
Oh, yeah.
Angel's lucky she lives nearby. I'm in Indiana, so it's about a 10-hour drive, for me to get out there. And I don't like to go during the winter because, through the mountains with all the snow, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But so that's why I usually choose spring and fall. If I'm lucky, I'll probably head out there in May. I'm not sure when in May, but sometime in May. And then sometime maybe I'll go a little later in the year. Maybe usually I go September or October. I'll probably go around maybe after Halloween, like the first week of November. It should be less people then because everybody wants to jump in there for Halloween. During October is mostly everything's booked.
Of course.
A lot of people. Then you got the Apple Harvest Fest going on.
Yeah.
Got all these things. So yeah, so I like to try to not go during those times.
Oh, Stephen, one thing you just mentioned, Halloween, and Angel mentioned April, and she also mentioned, it's funny you mentioned alcohol.
Oh, you're cutting out there. I couldn't hear you.
Very good. Okay, I'm back, I guess.
There you go. Kind of.
Staying in a haunted hotel, and there's a restaurant in Hot Springs, Arkansas, with a statue of Al Capone.
Oh, cool.
I will be investigating that statue.
Cool.
I want to get together with you to do the. Yeah, I can't wait for the Crescent Hotel, which you don't live too far from, right?
Who? Me?
No, for Len.
Oh.
Yeah, because because we're gonna maybe investigate the Crescent Hotel someday. I think he froze again.
Yeah.
But the Crescent. Well, you've heard of that one, haven't you, Angel? The Crescent Hotel.
No.
Oh, that's a biggie. That's really supposed to be very haunted. And like to head maybe down there sometime. One place I don't think I will go to because of the situation with me is the what's that called? That one down in Kentucky. What can I think of it right now? It's a very evil place. It's at Music Bar.
Oh, Bob Mackey's.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
It's got the portal. It's got the portal to hell.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I was thinking about going there. That was on my bucket list. But now, like I say, because of my situation, which I'll explain, in a little bit, I don't think it's a wise thing to do.
We're going to have a talk about that, okay? The next time I see you, I'm going to be hosing you down. I'm going to be smudging you and setting you on fire.
Yeah, I had an experience there a few days after I came back from Gettysburg. I actually picked up an attachment because I couldn't explain it any other way. It had caused a car accident, my car to go into the ditch. Oh, we lost Glenn there. What happened to him?
Well, I guess we just keep on talking, Stephen.
Yes, we will. Okay. Anyway, yeah, my car landed in a ditch, and I couldn't account for 2 hours that I was driving because obviously I wasn't driving. If I fell asleep, I would have crashed right away. But I left from work. And I work in Terre Haute, Indiana, and then I went back to Clinton on my way there. Like say, a 20-minute drive. And the next thing I know, as soon as I got into my car to go home, it's the last thing I remember until all of a sudden it sort of felt like maybe something left my body. All of a sudden I was conscious and I saw a road that I wasn't even familiar with. My car went out of control about then. Went all the way into like the ditch on the left-hand side. Then I tried to correct it, and I thought, okay, I've got it nice and steady. It's something made my wheel go all the way to the right, and I went into the right ditch. Got pretty well banged up there. Luckily, a truck driver came by and called 911 for me and everything. Ended up in a hospital for a week. And the doctors, I didn't even mention paranormal to the doctors there. I just said, there's 2 hours missing here. I don't know what happened. My car is like driving itself through me,
Yeah.
and so I had them do the brain scans. I had them do all these other things. All the tests, even for diabetes, I said it was really good. Everything was good. Everything was excellent. I had two brain, one MRI of the brain, another one little patches that they put, all over in your head, and everything was fine. And they couldn't make anything of it. I told them I don't recall 2 hours being on the road past where I live, like another 2 hours past where I live. I thought this is ridiculous. What could it be? And I happen to think, well, if I can't debunk it in a natural way, then it's a supernatural way.
That means that is
But it's not
paranormal.
normal, it's paranormal.
Normal.
So that made more sense, really. I don't know how other way to explain that. It's just like something takes over your body and you're not conscious of it.
Yeah.
But it's pretty scary. It was my fault, though. I should have done that little thing at the end. And I keep forgetting this every time I go to Gettysburg. Tell them, don't follow me. You're not welcome at my place. Stay here in Gettysburg where you belong. And that's all, And I didn't do that. And I think that's what happened. I'm not sure, because we also did table tipping. Now, I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it or not. Maybe it was Gettysburg. Maybe it was in, Waynesboro. I don't know. What's your take on that, Angel?
I don't know. But like, as soon as I found out you wrecked, and then you told me that you didn't have any recollection of 2 hours, I was like, something got a hold of him. And then I'm like racking my brain, and I was like, all the places that we were at, and I mean, I'm not saying like all these places are evil, but when you have so much paranormal, I think in such a, congregated area, I mean, there's bound to be some negativity somewhere. And you don't know what people did before you were there, Stephen. Like, for perfect example, when I was at Trans Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, I walked in this room. As soon as I walked in that room, I saw this big black shadow up in the corner of this room, and it was just like ominous, like, ugh, and scared the crap out of me. Not, and stuff doesn't really scare me usually, but that thing made me very, very nervous. I was like, that is evil. And I went out and I got the guide and I said, hey, I'm like, what's going on with that room down there? And he goes, you talk about the room at the end of the hall? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, there's something in that room and people should not be going in that room. You need to close the door of that room. It needs cleansed. I'm like, that room needs closed off. He goes, we had some people in here that were using a Ouija board, and they threw them out. They fired them on the spot. And I said, well, when they were doing that, they didn't finish. They didn't say goodbye. They didn't close it. If you don't know what you're doing, don't play with it. And now it's open in there and there's something evil in there. So I'm not, who's to say, Stephen, you went to the Hoover House, you went to the Farnsworth House, you went to Cashtown. People are going in there looking for ghosts. Stupid people pick up these Ouija boards. You have to be 21 to drink alcohol, but you can pick up a Ouija board anywhere. You can be 8 years old to conjure a demon. Seriously.
Yeah.
And people don't understand that those are some really, really powerful tools. And people who don't know how to use them shouldn't use them. So when you stayed at all these places, Stephen, where all these crazy people go trying to conjure a ghost and whatever else, and they're using this stuff, who's to say something wasn't in one of those places and attached to you? I mean, how do you lose 2 hours and you don't know how you got there? And you were
It bothers me. You know, it doesn't scare me, but it bothers me a lot. I wish I knew. Sometimes you're better off not knowing because what happened on the road, I
yeah.
don't know.
Come on,
You
man. I
know,
saw you right before you
Yeah.
left and you were fine. There was nothing wrong with you.
I was about to say that sometimes with something like that, you may not want to know the answer to that question.
yeah.
Yep.
Just like when my sister passed away recently. Yeah, when my sister passed away, I kept thinking, I'd like to sort of know what she went through before death, but do I really want to know that? You know, it's the same sort of thing. Sometimes you're better off not knowing.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you want to tell them about your table
Oh,
tipping?
what I was saying before I got cut off. By the way, the completely shut down. So I had to unplug the whole thing. That's why it took me so long. So hopefully we got some decent internet now. My logo's not popping up. So if the logo doesn't pop up, I got good internet. What I was going to say, not only am I going to be investigating Al Capone statue in April, Stephen was talking about how busy places are during the month of October because of Halloween. Next October, I will be at the Fear Fest Paracon in New Orleans in October.
Oh.
New Orleans is a great place. I really love the French Quarter. Very haunted.
Do you need a camera, girl?
Yes.
I'll just drive down there.
Angel, if you can come down, if you can come down there, the wife and I will let you sleep in an extra bed in our hotel room.
Okay. You keep in touch with me. I'm going to hold you to this.
Because the wife loves New Orleans. She's been down there 3 times. I've been 7 times over the years.
Oh, wow.
And investigated several. Fantastic place. And next
I've been there
October,
3 times.
I've already agreed with Phoenix Jensen, who is running it. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah,
How
I've been
much
there 3
investigation
times.
did you do, Stephen, when you were there?
Well, I wasn't really investigating at that time. I was sort of just taking in the whole city, you know, French Quarter and everything. But it was 3 times in a row in 1991, 92, and 93. But 93, well, actually 92 and 93, I went to Myrtle's Plantation. 92 with a friend of mine. And then 93 with another friend of mine, good friend, my girlfriend, in fact, at that time. And but nothing happened in 92. And we even used a Ouija board, which I very rarely have used, but nothing happened, luckily. But we didn't know what we were doing anyway, so it's probably better off nothing happened. But in 93, there was,
sure.
yeah, I was in this one. I guess it was the Blue Room or whatever. Forgot what else they call it. I guess it's Blue Room. So it's you go right up the stairs and sit on the right hand side there, and so everything seemed normal. One thing I debunked. I woke up strangely at about I think it was 3 o'clock in the morning or something. But you see, we went to the haunted tour the night before, and they mentioned that this happens in that room. So I think psychologically, you know, the brain tells you when to wake up. So I sort of debunked that. It didn't necessarily have to be paranormal, but what happened after that? So the next morning, though, later in the morning, I couldn't find my glasses. At that time, I wore contacts. Contacts were, I get the dry eye syndrome and everything, and I overwore them by quite a bit because quite a drive from New Orleans to all the way to St. Francisville. So anyway, I couldn't find my glasses, and they weren't where I set them. So I'm checking in all the common places. Then after that, the uncommon places, the places that there's no way it can happen. So I was checking around the bed and everything. So I had to push against the footboard and the mattress, and I reached down. Voila, glasses. Like, how the heck did it get down there? Because I couldn't have kicked them down there without bending the frames, scratching the glasses. By the way, the glasses were not in the case or anything. They were not scratched at all. I was amazed. Just pulled them right up. And I said, my gosh, you know, so I told the maid about that. She says, that's one of the common things they do. They do it's like object displacement or transporting from one place to another. And that amazed me. I was really enthusiastic about about the subject more then than any other time. But I didn't actually start investigating until I think it was around 2006 when I had started collecting haunted dolls, and things started happening at home, which they didn't before. Like one time, my radio was playing, and I was at work, and my sister who lived with me, because she was had problems, and her eyes were going and everything else on her. So she didn't know about the haunted dolls, So I told her. Well, actually, let me back up a little bit on that. I talked to her from work, and she says, "Oh, do you know what happened this morning?" I said, "No, something was knocking on your door." And I said, "Well, that's probably me just getting up, and the door is right over by my bed there. Maybe I was rapping it with my with my knuckles, rather." And she said, "No, I heard you're up there getting your clothes there, getting it ready for work, and I could hear you doing that. And this thing is still knocking and like scratching, like a strange knock." And I said, "Well, I think I know why this is." So I spilled the beans and told her. I didn't tell her before because of the credibility thing, so it didn't prey on her subconscious or anything. And she actually said, "Oh, I didn't know that," And it escalated from there. Every place I've been to, and I've got the dolls, I still have the same dolls, is haunted, including my place right now. All sorts of things have happened. But the spirits like to pick on my sister a lot. They would, yeah, they would imitate my voice usually. One time they would say something like a little kid would be in her room talking a little kid voice and everything, but of course there's no little kid in there. And also, I mean, it just goes on and on. One time, and she would always feel around, for the doorways and everything, so she knew where she was, because at that time she was totally blind over here at this apartment. Said she'd feel from my bedroom door, and it was open, and she knows I always close it and latch it. I don't lock it, but I close it all the way. And she's amazed, but she just left it that way. She goes to the kitchen, comes back, and when she came back, it was closed. She could feel the door. Before she couldn't feel the door. And she had a talking clock there. So she told me it happened about 10 o'clock in the morning. Then again, the same thing happened at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where again, my door was open again. And then I went back to the kitchen, it was closed. So it happened 2 times. That was one of the most amazing things. We had the lights go on by themselves one time. I never used the sink, the kitchen sink light. I never use it. And that was on one time. So we had all sorts of things going on there. And sometimes EVPs. My spirits here in my place right now, they like to do sounds like, yeah, or something like that. Or a breathing type sound. They like to do that. One time, even almost like a growl, it goes, rawr, And I just get a kick out of it. It never scares me. I know they're there. They're just telling me or reminding me that they're still there.
Yeah, and he's such a good friend. He brought me 4 of his haunted dolls. I brought him home, and now my dog needs therapy now. Thanks.
Yeah, they are definitely active. Yeah.
Hey, your dog needs a therapy dog?
Yeah, he does. He needs a therapy dog now. All she does is sit, and she's like, "Arr, arr." And I'm like, there's nothing there. And she's like barking, her hair's standing up. I'm like, you better go to the other room, honey. I'm like, they don't like you.
Now you're saying too that the candle moved too, right?
The candle moved.
Yeah.
They play music on Alexa. Like I'll be like today, my daughter-in-law was here at my house, and we were canning sauerkraut. And I didn't have the radio on or nothing. But all of a sudden, Alexa started playing this song, and I was like, what in the world? I'm like, Alexa, what is this song? And she said, it set me free. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't even know this song. I'm like, set me free. It's just music. No words. It was just this really cool beat, though. I mean, it was like, I'm like, hey, Dick Clark, I can dance to this. But so I got my camera out with that new app you were showing me.
Oh yeah.
I'll show you what I caught. Let's see if I can get this to jump on me. Can you see that? I caught that in my living room with that new app that you gave me. I was like, what in the world?
Really?
And it was right after that music started playing. This app tells you when there's an anomaly in. And I've been using it for a couple days. Nothing. And I just thought, well, let me see if it catches anything today. And it did. It caught that. And I was like, wow. I'm like, so now I have to try to find out which doll it is, because obviously she wants set free from that doll. Who am I to argue with her?
Well, I tested mine singly. I would use the K2 meter, make sure that my cell phone was off, because it picks up on that too, and away from all other electrical. And I found that this is out of my last apartment in Illinois,
Yes, it
is
will.
that each doll tested differently, which was proved there was something going on. Some of my older dolls, some of them didn't have any activity with the K2 at all. And then
Yeah.
I take that doll away, put it back on the shelf in the living and dining room, and then bring another doll in all the way to my bedroom again. And then that one might really go off a lot, give them more credibility that some are more active than others.
Yeah.
Or maybe the spirit that's within the doll, maybe it just is closer by during those times on those certain dolls. We really don't know for sure, but that's the theory anyway. It was amazing, and then when you test them out singly, it sort of proves that there's something there, in the dolls or around the dolls. So, but it's fascinating for me because, like I said, this stuff didn't start happening until after I started collecting the dolls. And I've often would go up to the display case where the dolls were, and I'd get some of the craziest EVPs. You hear the spirits actually talking in there. One was really cool, where it said, let's see, it said Ellen. Then it said a few seconds later, honey, and then Eleanor. 3 different names, and it was aimed at the dolls at the time. Yeah, and it was real clear too.
Well, after I brought those dolls home, Lynn, okay, I put them in my room. I put them in my bedroom. I know, I put them in your bedroom, Angel. So I put them in there and I was sleeping. I mean, I was like in a dead sleep. And something like screamed in my ear, Myrtle. I was like, Myrtle. I woke up and I was like, who the hell's Myrtle? I looked up and I'm like, oh no, one of those dolls must be called Myrtle. I was like, what are you named Myrtle? So I just say every morning, I'm like, good morning, Myrtle. I don't know. But then I keep getting with like the spirit box, I keep getting Rosalind in here too now. And I've never had that before. I mean, I know there's I do have a spirit that's been in my house forever, and his name is Bill. And I picked him up. I brought him home from Gettysburg with me because I went to an antique and relic shop, and I bought some case shot and some bullets that were dug up at the Battle of Antietam. And I was like, oh, these are going to be cool, because I collect Civil War stuff. I mean, I love anything Civil War history. So I was like, oh, man, this is going to be cool. Well, when I brought that stuff home, it went nuts. So then I did some investigating in my house, of course. I caught him on the spirit box a couple times. And first I heard William and then Rogers. He turns up anytime the Beatles are playing on the radio in my house. It'll turn up really loud for no reason at all. He must like the Beatles is the only thing I could figure out. And then I did some like investigating on the computer, and I looked up William Rogers, and then I put in there Antietam, the Battle of Antietam. And I came up with this whole big long story about this man from Mississippi. And his name is William Rogers. He is lost. He was lost at the Battle of Antietam. His company saw him that morning, but at the end of the day, he was gone. But they also saw him shot to pieces right at Burnside Bridge. And they think he fell into the river there and floated away. Now, there's a headstone for him in his hometown, but of course, his body's not there. And every time I ask him, what do you need, Bill? What can I do for you? He always tells me home. So I got to go to Mississippi and I got to take these bullets and put them in his grave down there sometime. I'm like, yeah, I figure out how to get down there now. Hey, on my way to New Orleans, I can stop in Mississippi and put Bill to rest.
So you're talking about we hear the voices and everything.
What was that?
Oh no, I was just going to say that I recently, not that long ago at all, and I wasn't sleeping or anything. I was just sitting back in a recliner, thinking of thinking of all the stuff that I've been through and everything, and all of a sudden I heard the name really clear in my bad ear here. All of a sudden, Jim came across, and I was awake, real clear, Jim. Like it's sort of like in your ear or through your head or whatever it is. The name Jim. I do have a friend by the name of Jim, but I wasn't thinking of him at the time. So that was really strange. I've been woken up by somebody saying things in my ear, to wake me up. But this time I was actually awake. So I always thought that gave it a little more credibility there because, like, where did that come from?
Yeah.
It must be paranormal because, I couldn't explain that, at all. Like I was just sitting there, all of a sudden, Jim, what? Oh, Jim who, But I think that was the latest thing. And of course, that thing
it's amazing what you can hear.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not even sensitive. And I heard that.
It's amazing what you can hear in place if you just listen.
Yeah. Well, in Gettysburg, my first trip in 2013, I asked a spirit at the Belvedere Inn, in fact, in the I'm trying to think now, the Marigold Room, I believe it was, in the carriage house section. And the old part of the house is across the parking lot, but that was the newer section there. But the Confederates were buried right outside there, underneath the old tennis court there. And anyway, I was asking the spirit, can you? I did that shaving a haircut 2 bits, I asked the spirit, can you do the last 2 knocks? Thump, thump. Well, after some hesitation, and I even said, oh, you can't do that, huh? A few more seconds later, I actually heard with my own ears the 2 knocks. And when the 2 knocks happened, both recorders I had set up, and they knew where to knock. Knew to knock right where the recorders were, so it would pick it up better. And it certainly did. It was really amazing. I'll never forget that. And I even told the spirits, oh, wow, you did it. I repeated that. Oh, you did it. So I was very happy about it. It was nothing scary to me. I was the only one there that night. I was the only guest in that whole carriage house section. So nobody was fooling around. And the knocks definitely came from the desktop where the 2 recorders were. And I was just a few feet away on the couch there. I didn't want my voice to overpower the microphone on the recorders. But I'll tell you, that made my whole trip perfect, And then we've had other things in the another room there in the old section where the following year, a friend came with me. And that's where and I've got these on YouTube also, where the spirit knocks twice. I had it name that, and also the title, in other words. And I did the one, the Holy Grail of EVPs, I call it, because when we were doing it, both our recorders were on. The spirits, for some reason, turned my friend's recorder off, kept mine going, and I couldn't believe it. Every time I would sniff, I would say that was me. Every time my friend's chair would creak, he says that was my chair. I said, "Oh my gosh, on playback we couldn't believe this. I heard that sniff. Turned out that wasn't even my sniff. Then all of a sudden you hear it whisper, 'Hey, that was me.'" And with my friend, it said the chair before he said that was my chair. Huh. So, but you could hear it real clear. So I put that on YouTube also. So anybody that wants to hear those can, probably the easiest way to do it is just type in in your browser or whatever. Once you're on YouTube, just put the Spirit Knocks Twice, and you can, click on my name, you get all of them. And I got plenty of them too. Too bad I would have known ahead of time. Maybe I could have tried to do it so you could hear it on the show. But it's remarkable. People can't believe how clear that the whisper voice was on that. So, and then we missed the cannon fire. We're going back over to the old what's the name of that one hotel? Oh, General Lee headquarters. General Lee's headquarters hotel, right across from the actual headquarters, which they tore down a few years back. And so we had been talking to the night auditor there, and then we went back to Belvedere. Well, we went back to back from Belvedere to that hotel, and she says, "Oh, half hour ago, you could have heard the cannon."
Well, that's right on Seminary Ridge in Gettysburg.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That's where that was really heavy cannon fire there, especially the first day. There was big cannons.
I have yet to hear the cannon fire, or the musket fire or anything. I haven't heard any of that yet. And I've been in Gettysburg quite a few times now since 2013. Well, I went twice in 2013. I went twice again this year. I'd like to try for 3, but I don't know if I can afford to go that many times.
I'm going next weekend. Next weekend's a big weekend there. It's Remembrance Day.
Oh.
So
do they do reenactments then too, Angel? Do they do the reenactments too there?
They do a huge parade. Guys come from all over the country to march in this parade because it's Remembrance Day. And they walk the whole way through town, the whole way up Baltimore Street. And they end up in the National Cemetery, and then they walk all the way around that. So it's really cool. So, you have both Union and Confederate, being represented there. And it's something else. Yep. Uh-oh. There you are.
I don't know if I will ever get there, so I appreciate y'all talking about getting, because that's a place that I'll probably never get to.
Oh, come stay with
It's a
me.
long
I got
walk,
extra room.
Pennsylvania from Arkansas.
And listen, it's not that far.
Oh, my wife would love that.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the anniversary, 21 years.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats.
Congratulations.
And you see what I'm doing on my anniversary.
Well, I wasn't even here for mine, so I'm not going to say nothing.
Well, I met a couple a few years back in the Farnsworth house where they one couple was just leaving, so I got to talk to them for a while. And they became Facebook friends and everything. And they went there on their honeymoon. Yeah, they actually went there on their honeymoon. The Farnsworth house, yeah.
Wow.
Well, a lot of people go there though for the history, and then they find out that it's haunted, But I used to work there at the Farnsworth house,
I remember that's where I met you.
That's how I
met you at that time. I remember. That's when we had to wear the masks and everything, and the pandemic was going on and everything.
Yep. That place is crazy. That place is crazy haunted.
But I never had activity not for myself anyway, for the attic or the basement. Never got any activity. I didn't get any EVPs. And talk about Farnsworth too. The attic. Do you know that that was just another one of those things in history that it wasn't that accurate? The sharpshooter really didn't kill Jenny Wade. The trajectory of the bullet was way wrong. And the distance, I guess they said too, it couldn't have gone through the door like that. They had to have been somebody maybe on ground level shooting, and it went through her heart and killed her immediately. And she was making bread for the Union soldiers or whatever. But so that's one of those misconceptions of history. Now I learned that there's a few like that. Just like Paul Revere didn't really do the ride. I learned that from the park ranger. It was that doctor. The doctor made the ride for him. No, Paul Revere was caught too soon, before the ride actually began.
Yep. Yep. But no, that Jenny Wade story, you're right. I mean, I worked at the Farnsworth and I told them, the BS story about, because, I had to, about our sharpshooter being the guy that shot Jenny Wade. He's getting blamed for nothing, because if you put your finger in the hole that killed that young lady, from the Farnsworth house, they would have had been doing the rifling maneuver, which is shoot the gun up in the air, and then it rains lead down. So it's going to come down this way, it's going to come like in an arc and a downward level. So it's not real great, but I mean, hey, eventually somebody's going to walk in front of that bullet. It's going to knock them in the head and they're going to be dead. But that Jenny Wade hole, number one, they had to move that house because the hotel that's there now bought up all that land, and they moved Jenny Wade's house, which is her sister's house, like 50 yards or 50 feet forward. So the trajectory is totally off anyways. But if you put your finger in that hole, Stephen, that hole goes upwards. So if it was coming from the Farnsworth house down the road, it'd have been going downwards. It would have hit the floor. But it's going like at an upwards angle. So it had to come from like either the Rupp house or maybe perhaps I'm thinking the Brickyard Bed and Breakfast, because that building was there and it was taken over by the Confederacy. So whoever was in there, I think they're the ones who shot her. Or you know what? Maybe it was friendly fire. Maybe somebody was shooting, and accidentally shot her. But there's no way it came from the Farnsworth house.
No.
Not unless it was JFK's magic bullet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh man, that was a fiasco.
That's a whole nother conspiracy theory, and I don't really want to go into that kind of worms.
No, that'd be a whole different show.
We don't have enough time for that show tonight.
Oh yeah. No.
But
okay, it's a little bit after 11 o'clock. It's halftime, so let me do a little bit of advertising. I'll keep y'all's mics active if you got anything you want to say about what I'm putting up.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
First one we're going to put up here. This picture is actually advertising an event that went on Halloween weekend. But the Gypsy Soul Holistic Fair has events, and not only this one in Texas, but also Oklahoma and Arkansas. I will be at the Gypsy Soul Holistic Fair in Hot Springs, Arkansas, probably in March or April. They have not set a date for that yet. So I'm not sure what month that's going to be held in. I will keep everyone informed of that event. It's for witchcraft, a little bit of ghost hunting, psychics, people who are into gems, the stones, things like that is what they are in. And I'll probably be the only parent, myself and Phoenix Jansen, probably there. But I will be appearing that one in Hot Springs. That should be interesting.
I love those.
Speaking of Phoenix Jansen, you'd probably really have a lot of fun at that one. Speaking of events in Phoenix Jansen, the one I mentioned earlier, where I'll be in New Orleans next October, location and date, exact date to be announced. It will be the FearFest Paracon. Will be next October. It's somewhere in New Orleans. Phoenix Jansen, she's been a guest on this show. She's a friend of the show, personal friend, great person. She is the committee chairwoman of that event.
Oh.
So that was New Orleans for the 8th time in my life. probably one where I will not make a football game. I was actually there. I've been there for 4 football games. I've been to the Superdome 4 times. Here is the other sponsor, the Parallax Network, the Paranormal Swamp Investigations. Now, if you ever want to see a crazy, absolute paranormal show, tune in to the Paranormal Swamp Investigation. They're on Facebook and YouTube. They have a very unique way to do a paranormal show. It gets a little silly, a little crazy. Of course, Phoenix Investigations and Events is also a sponsor, and the Parapost Network is also be a sponsor of this event. So that should be very interesting down in New Orleans. And if anybody is near this location, as soon as it pops up, there it is. You can go here. It's hard for me to read this. This is very tiny. This is also more of a horror event. They have some horror stars there. So I would say blow this up because it's really tiny on my little bitty screen. And try to go to this event if you're anywhere near this particular event. All right. We're over here. I got one question for you, Angel.
What?
Yes, it is. You sent me this photo.
Uh-huh.
What is this? What and where is this?
That's the lunatic asylum. That's Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in West Virginia. In Weston, West Virginia.
Trans-Allegheny, okay.
Mm-hmm. That was like...
Okay. You also sent me this photo.
Uh-huh. Yep. Same place.
Same place, right? Trans-Allegheny?
Yep.
And you also sent me this photo.
That's outside another one of the buildings there.
That's
13 buildings. Yeah.
That's not another ghost chick there with you.
Oh, well, listen. Sometimes my ghost chicks have beards. Yeah. That's my husband. See, there's my ghost chick, Karen, and her husband, Mark.
Oh, that's the other half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that's ghost chick, Karen. Yep. Anybody can be a ghost chick.
Okay. Okay.
Steve is a ghost chick too. He even has a T-shirt.
That's right. I even know I wore it too. Oh, I got to backtrack on something I was saying earlier. I've been jumping around with my stories like crazy here, but I failed to mention that when we were in the one room in the Belvedere Inn, the voice I told you, it would sniff and say that was me in a whisper voice. Well, that was only on playback. And I was ready to say that. And it said, it sniffed and said, that was me before I sniffed and said that was me. And the same thing with my friend. It said the chair before the guy said that was my chair. Now, how is that possible? Did the spirits edit this, or did they read our mind? No, we're ready to say it and said it before we said it. That was another thing there. I sort of left that little detail out. But we heard it on playback and was totally amazed.
Oh.
Yeah. Most of the stuff you hear in playback, but once in a while you hear it with your own ears. Like the 2 knocks, I heard those with my own ears. And it recorded as well. So it's a fascinating, all these theories we have about that. And nobody knows for sure, unless they died and then came back. I mean, true death, and then came back to tell us. But I don't think that's about to happen.
Right.
No, I don't even begin to even speculate.
It makes you wonder how everything works.
Yeah.
You can't.
Well,
I can't either.
Here's another thing too. Well, here's what happened at the 1912 Hoover House. Involved a doll. I was in a dining room and I thought everybody was accounted for. and nobody, everybody that was staying overnight or whatever was there. And so after breakfast, I went back up to my room, and it was a little dark there. So I opened up the room. I had the upstairs, a third floor room, the Rosebud. And so I'd turn on the light, and after I opened the door, of course, and look down, say, what? There was a doll right there in front of the doorway, on the side of the frame there of the door. And so I thought, what the heck? And the first thing I thought, somebody's fooling around. Okay, what's going on here? This other guy was coming up the stairs, and we were talking about something. I said, what's with this doll? What do you know about this? Who put it there? He says, no, I didn't know anything about that. He didn't even notice it at first. So I pointed down at the floor. Look, there's a doll there. Like, he didn't know. He said, oh my gosh, I got to show this to the owners. So I showed it over to the Steve and Pam downstairs, and they were amazed. And I asked them, did this ever happen before? And they said, no. So they were testing the doll out and everything on out. The crazy thing about this too, not just that the doll was there, it came from a room one floor down in a rocking chair that was all the way against the outer wall of that room. And, like, there's other dolls there, though. They're right out in the hallway, the foyer right there between the rooms. Anybody could have taken one of those dolls and brought it upstairs. And no, this was all the way in, it was the Keystone room. The doll was in the rocking chair. And my theory on that is I've been, a victim of object displacement for a long time. All different things were happening, impossible things, but nothing's impossible when you're dealing with the paranormal. So I'm thinking that it was object displacement with that doll. Disappeared from that spot, from the rocking chair, appeared in front of my door.
Yeah, but later that night, we got that doll out. So I showed up later, and they were like, go get the doll. So we get the doll out, and we sat it, and we put a K2 meter on it. And we're sitting around, we're waiting, kind of like waiting for like the boogeyman to jump out. But we're looking and nothing's happening. So the man that owns the building went over, and they have an old Victrola. And he fired that baby up, and it started playing that old, old timey music. And didn't that K2 meter start flashing on that doll? I was like, well, that's pretty cool. And we turned it off. Quits flashing. He turns it back on. It starts flashing. I was like, that's cool. I was like, I like that. I'm like, so there's something going on with that doll. So they're going to keep an eye on that thing, from now on.
After we did the table tipping, then they did that. Then the moderator and one other person did the table tipping afterwards, which I was watching. And he asked about that doll. Okay, the spirit, did you take that doll upstairs? And if you did tilt the table, it tilted.
Yeah.
So the spirit confirmed that, yeah, that they had upstairs. They didn't say how they did it, but I'm assuming it's object displacement. That's probably the easiest way for them to do it than to physically pick up the doll and bring it upstairs. I sort of doubt that, but you never know. You never know with those spirits, Oh, it was fun because. Yeah, there was a chance maybe somebody was goofing around, but why would they take the doll in the room when they had closer dolls? They just could have grabbed it on the run and brought it upstairs.
Yeah.
But everybody that I knew of was accounted for within my sight. And when did they have a chance to do that?
Yeah,
so who knows? There's ways to debunk almost anything, I suppose, but when you run out of ideas, then it sort of points to something going on from the other side.
Yeah, I'm a huge skeptic, though. You almost have to be when you're in this line of work. I'm a
you got to learn to debunk, though. Debunk is the main thing.
Yes, you got to debunk. You got to be a little bit of a skeptic. I always said that if I went to a place, every time I went, I got some kind of evidence, an EVP or something on video, I would start questioning my own methods.
Yeah.
In places where I got absolutely nothing, never felt anything, so still not. You gotta have. Well, I call them a nada investigation because you got nada. if you don't have one of those once in a while, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Nobody gets an EVP when they turn on a voice recorder every time. Nobody gets something on video every time they turn their camera on. And every picture you take with a camera doesn't have something on it.
Yeah. That's one of the things, like, people love to flock to that Sachs Bridge down in Gettysburg, you know. Everybody's like, oh, we're going to go to Sachs Bridge, you know, it's so haunted, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no. Because then they put it online, you know, oh, look at the ghost I caught, you know, floating through the air at Sachs. I'm like, dude, listen, it's called physics. I'm not the smartest person on earth, but I paid attention in science class. It's called moisture. When hot and cold, they merge. It makes fog. It's not paranormal. It's fog, you know? And yeah, I mean, I can lay out in the yard and look up at the clouds all day and say, oh, look, there's a dragon. But yeah, that's because, you know, you get that in your mind that there's a picture, you know, just like staring at those crazy pictures, you know, if you cross your eyes long enough, it looks like something. And that's what people were like doing all the time. And it, like, when they post it on my group page, I get annoyed. Annoyed.
Isn't that called pareidolia?
Yeah, pareidolia.
Pareidolia.
Yep.
We all three said a very hard word to pronounce at the same time.
Yeah.
But you can't fool EVP with the voice recorder. But I'm sort of skeptical about some of the spirit boxes, though, on radio channels being scanned, where you could come across as an actual voice from the radio. You know, that's why I like my voice recorders that way, because, you know, you get the exact thing. If you're going to get a voice, you got a voice. I mean, it's there, you know.
Yeah, but I've had times when I'm running, because I run a voice recorder the whole time. I have two of them. I have one that I do for the short little burst EVP recordings, but I have one that I run from the time I'm investigating till the time I'm done. I just run it the whole entire time. And then if I'm running the spirit box and then it says something, and then all of a sudden I get a whisper about the same time and about the same, you know, answer, then I get really excited. Then my heart starts pounding, you know, and I'm like, oh, that's really cool. You know, I'm like, oh. But it's the stupidest little things that make me really excited, you know, because I mean, I don't know. I've never seen anybody's head turn around counterclockwise or nothing. You know, nobody's ever levitated in front of me, you know, so the little things, they make me happy. You know, if you get something that's, you know, you can tell it's intelligent, that makes me really happy. You know, if it's going to give you an intelligent response, you know, then you're like, you know, yeah, that's something there, you know.
It doesn't take much to amuse me anyway, you know. That's those little things that make my whole trip. You know, I just think, oh, well, I got something. And I'm happy with that for the whole week. I don't care if I got anything else or not. I got that one thing, and that's good enough. Sometimes I get lucky and I get more than that. But yeah, Gettysburg is great, though, for that.
Yep. And people are like, well, don't you see stuff all the time? No, not all the time. Not all the time. You know, sometimes you don't get anything at all. You know, it's dead, for lack, you know, don't mean to pun, you know, but it's dead. It's just not there.
Oh, you know what was amazing too, when all the things started happening in my apartments that I've had in the past because of the dolls. One of the things that really was amazing too, among others, is that when I was at work, my sister said my radio was on in my room, so she wanted to turn it off. Well, it wasn't plugged in, and there's no batteries in it.
Oh,
yeah. And then the music box that I had broke. I overwhelmed the music box that we had, you know. So there's no way to save your soul that you can get this thing working. Then one day she said it went on for a few minutes, and then without touching it, you know, but I think, like she said, by 2 hours later it went on again. I said, impossible. I broke the thing. You know? I couldn't get to work before or after that.
Steven, I just have to tell you, sometimes you creep me out, dude.
Oh man, there's so many stories out there. Made some of our notes there in case yeah, that was. Oh, our little dog was now this dog, she nothing phased her. She wasn't like the other dog we had where she just loved to find bugs and other things, and sniff them and everything else. Nothing, even another animal outside the door, she wouldn't bark or anything. She didn't care. But one day she looked directly up at the wall, right about where the wall and ceiling come in, and there was nothing there. And she kept staring. She never did that before that or after that. Just that one instance. And I think she did see something in that apartment, because that's where it all began with the dolls, where everything started happening. Our faucet and our sink went from right to left by itself. I mean, things were really going crazy there. But then it seemed like every part, except the apartment we had after that, we only had one thing happen. I had a haunted clock, and that I think I got lost in the move coming here. I no longer have it, so I don't know what happened there. But accidentally thrown away maybe. But that clock fell. We couldn't understand how it fell. It just fell over. It shouldn't have. It was anchored in pretty well, but it just fell over. So when it did that, of course, the clock stopped. So I had to reposition the batteries, or maybe put new batteries in there. And what happened was it set the correct time. It's not an automatic clock. You have to set it manually. It set the correct time by itself. And this happened twice. And we could not explain that. An old jewelry box clock. And I bought it as a haunted clock, but that was still amazing.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, well, I knew it was haunted.
Yeah, but how it adjusted the time by itself was something. But let's see. Oh yeah, I got this video of too bad I can't show it on your show, where I asked the spirits in my bedroom if they could shake the closet doors over there. Well, it didn't do that, but I had two click noises, which I heard with my own ears. A click, click, and at the same time, my fan moved.
Yep, I saw that one. That was a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, my fan actually moved at the same time, the two clicks. I didn't see the two, I didn't see the fan move. I just heard the two clicks, and somebody on Facebook said, hey, your fan moved too. I said, well, I have to look at that again. Sure enough, you could see it moving. So that was pretty cool. That was really a good evidence right there. But oh yeah, then the finger marks I had in the dust on my my computer monitor. That was. I think I sent you that picture, didn't I, Angel? I think you saw it one time or another.
Yep.
Yeah, finger marks going all around it, and there's nobody there that would have done that, and it was very strange. Yeah, something that from the other side, from the other realm, mischievous type. Definitely mischievous. I can't say mischievous
One
stuff.
of the strangest things. Mischievous.
I'm sorry.
One of the strangest things I ever had was down in North Carolina. I was at Poverty Point, old plantation, and I was trying to talk to a former owner of the plantation, and I had her name, Sarah, and I was asking for her and got her actually to talk to me. Nobody ever investigated that before. So it took a little bit for her to realize she could actually talk to me. And we said a couple of things. I asked her how Native American. She said fine, because I could feel the Native Americans around me. And she was buried next to her husband, but that's not official. The people at the park knew she was buried there, but did not know where her husband was buried. Although they did think instead of just the two headstones, there was actually 6 people buried there, 4 to 6 people.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I hear this voice saying, "You're standing on my grave."
Whoa.
So I said, "Oops, I'm sorry." And I had her husband's name us. Is this you? Is this your husband? Yes. So I actually confirmed that her husband wasn't buried right beside her. And while I was trying to talk to Sarah, I was actually standing for a few minutes on the grave, and he didn't appreciate that at all.
Well, when you say about more than one person being buried in a grave, I love graveyards. Not just because of the paranormal things. You meet the most interesting people in cemeteries. I just love them. So I go and check out headstones and stuff all the time, and I've noticed, especially in Pennsylvania, a lot of times we get these big pillar-like grave markers. And if you keep walking around and you look, and if they're like 4 or 5 sided, sometimes they're 6 sided, and every side will have a different name and like what, their date of birth or whatever was, or how old they were when they died. So it just is pretty much, and then there won't be any more around them, for quite a while. You could go another 10 or 12 feet before there's another gravestone. So the only thing I can figure out is like that whole family is buried right around that whole entire marker, like all around in a circle. And I'm like, well, that's pretty cool. But I do not want to be buried with my whole entire family. I'm hard pressed to stay long enough for Thanksgiving dinner, let alone eternity. No, thank you. So maybe that's what was going on there,
My wife and I have plans. We're not going to be buried. We're going to be cremated, and our ashes are going to be scattered right here on the property.
That's the way to go. Yeah, really. Me too. I had my sister's. I'm still paying for the cremation for her yet, a little at a time there. So yeah, we all agreed that's then this get under the ground stuff. I'm claustrophobic as it is in life. I don't want to think of myself as being in the ground. I want to be scattered above the ground.
Yeah, a lot of people, they're like, oh, cremation, but then what do you do whenever the rapture comes, Hey, it says right in the Bible, from dust you began, and from dust you will return.
That's right.
So I'm just cutting out the middleman. That's the way I look at it.
Right.
So. Have any of you ever had experiences with a Dybbuk box?
What about?
I had gotten. No. I don't know if on eBay or Etsy or whatever. I got a Dybbuk box where a spirit is trapped in there. By somebody from the dark arts.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, they trapped it in there. And the next 2 days, I was starting to get paranormal experiences. I had things going on. Our 3-prong plugs, I'm trying to say that tongue-tied here. 3-prong plugs were being pulled out of the sockets. And a couple of times this happened, but that was right after I got the box. And also, something followed me from work to work or whatever, because I came out to the parking lot where I was working a security job there, and I saw that my gas cap door was wide open. I know I closed it. This was the car that has the lever. You got to pull a lever to open up that cap door. And I thought, oh my gosh, I know I checked that. Not only do I check it at the gas station, and whenever I park, I check it again to make sure I did close it. It was closed, but something opened that from the inside.
Len, can you please yell at him? Please yell at him.
Yell at him?
Tell him.
But the evil of the
yell at Stephen?
Yes. Then he's going, I can't figure out why I lost 2 hours, Angel. Well, let me tell you, Stephen.
Oh, I got rid of the Dybbuk box, though. I got rid of it. Yeah, I got rid of it. But it was after the fact. After that happened, I got rid of it. Somebody took it. I mentioned I'm giving it away. I had a good deal anyway. It doesn't really matter. Just wanted to give it away. Say, have fun with it. And so give it to this one girl. She's going to give it as a gift.
Let me bestow a demon on you.
But you see, the thing is, what would happen if I would have opened it? You see, it was not open and I had activity. But if I was
Doesn't
opening
matter.
it,
Listen, I
yeah,
come from a long line of Hungarian gypsies, okay? You don't mess with a Dybbuk box. You just don't do it.
well, not anymore. Anyway, it's gone
Yeah,
now.
that's
So
divot boxes are kind of old world, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like, it's Hungarian Poland. And
I think they said it was Jewish. I think I read.
yeah, a lot of times the Jewish community would do them too. But, you
Yeah.
know, the deep setted roots came from Hungary, Poland. But yeah, a lot of people from Poland, you know, that's a lot of Jewish faith there. But that's how they would trap an evil entity, you know, and it's usually a demon, you know. It doesn't even matter if it's just a little demon. A demon is a demon, you know.
Yeah.
It just don't poke it, Stephen. Don't poke the demon.
Not anymore, anyway. Oh, I got to mention, I have in my notes here. I would have forgotten to say this, but you know, when I went for my very first vaccination for the virus, you know, the COVID, I this parked on the curb. Then I heard somebody knocking at my driver's side door on the window, and I was thinking it was somebody that wanted to know, is this where you park to get the vaccinations? I looked, there's nobody there. These were human knocks, unmistakable. Knock, knock. I said, what? There's no trees around, no branches, nothing to go against the car window, but it was human knocks twice. And I looked around. There's nobody fooling around. There's nobody there to do it. I thought, whoa, because I looked really quick there after the knocks. I thought, wow, that was one of the more amazing things too, you know, that happened away from home, you know, right down the street at that health center. But, oh man.
In my opinion, I love you. I love you dearly, Stephen. Next time I see you, I am going to strip you down, honey, and cleanse you. I'm going to hide crystals inside places that
crystals
you'll
are
never
pretty
be
cool.
able to reach.
I used to. Oh wow! I had a collection of crystals. That what's it called? What's that purple one again? That
What, the amethyst?
yeah, that was the one. That was my favorite. Each one's supposed to hold a different type of power, where you focus through it, you know, and for all these
it's a good
EVPs
positive.
and stuff.
It's a good positive.
But let's see if I missed anything here. It's terrible when you get older. You gotta make a list.
Yeah. One thing, Angel, you know, if you want a couple of gallons of holy water.
What was that? Huh?
The holy water, you said, right?
Yeah, I got some.
I said that Angel would probably need to get a couple of gallons of holy water if she wanted to cleanse Stephen completely.
Hey, hold him under. Hold him under till it quits bubbling.
Well, I got some. I bought some of this liquid smudge. It's like white sage, only thing in liquid form. And that's supposed to be pretty good. I haven't used it yet, though. I should have, but somebody said I should have. I should spray down my car. When my car gets back from the shop, I got to spray the whole car. It's in and out.
You need to say you need. Listen, I'll send it to you, honey. You need to smudge your car. You need to say a cleansing prayer through it, and hopefully whatever was in there is gone. Because you have like really, really bad luck with this kind of stuff. That's the one thing.
At least I did on that possession thing. I couldn't. I never had that happen before. I've never lost 2 hours where it's just gone. Like I thought the last thing I remember getting into the car, and then it's like feeling something wasn't right. The car started going out of control. 2 hours later, down this road. Because, you know, like I say, I live in Indiana, I ended up from Terre Haute all the way to about where Crown Point is, and that's about a 2-hour drive. So that was it should have been scary, but I was more like,
It was a little bit scary.
what happened to the 2 hours? I still can't get over that. And like I say, it bothers me, but then I think, well, maybe I shouldn't really, like we were saying earlier, shouldn't really dwell on it to try to remember. They say you can do it through hypnosis regression, but you have to have the right specialist to do that, I guess. It's probably expensive anyway. So then you might find out something you didn't want to know.
Maybe you should just get a priest, take him to your local car wash, get the priest to bless all the water going through the car wash, and then drive your car through the car wash.
Have the car wash, have all the water, holy water coming down on the car.
Hopefully you drive a convertible.
That's what I mean.
And
just
you
have him bless all the water.
Hey, then I can start a carpool.
Hey, do you like how he just like nonchalantly is like, I think I was possessed.
I saw that in a comic strip one time, an old Archie's comic strip, where one dumb guy, they say, hey, let's start a carpool, and he's filling up his car with a water hose. Oh yeah,
that's a good one, Robert.
Pickup truck during the summer, they'll put plastic.
No vampires in Africa.
Canvas
they
or something.
Let's see.
Yeah, there you go. But they'll put canvas or something waterproof, and then fill the back of their pickup truck with water.
Yep.
And then they'll go down the street like that.
Yep.
Or at least go to a park and do that. In most states, that's against the law to ride in the back of a pickup truck.
Yeah, that's right.
Anymore. I rode in the back of a pickup truck a lot of times growing up. I never died.
Yeah, back in the 50s, 60s,
I'm still here.
We used to do it. Yeah, we did it.
I drank out of the water hose.
Yes.
That's right. And we didn't die. We never died yet.
We'd go riding around in a van. We'd go drive down the street in a van and open the door when going 30, 40 miles an hour of the van with our pants down, shooting everybody at full moon.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Weren't those the fun times?
Out the side door of the back of the van. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, before I forget, have you ever had a paranormal scent, a smell? Either of you?
I have.
Yes, I have. Cigarette smoke, specifically. My father-in-law, he passed away just before we moved down here. We went to his funeral in November, just before we came down here, the 1st of December, 7 years ago. And he's got his Pall Malls. You remember those, Steve, on Pall Malls. Angel might not be old enough to remember Pall Malls. They're a popular brand.
My dad used to smoke the unfiltered ones at one time.
That's what he did, smoke the unfiltered ones. And that's got a unique smell. And the wife and I recognized it immediately and say, okay, her father's walking through the house. And apparently he likes to hang around the kitchen sometimes when we're cooking, or sometimes afterward he'll just walk around. He was divorced 3 times, I think. He had 3 ex-wives, and he did most of the cooking, and that's kind of a hobby of his. So when I fix something in the kitchen, he a lot of times comes in just to make sure his oldest daughter, because my wife was the daughter of his first wife, so she is his oldest daughter, is eating good. And you can kind of feel his presence and smell those Pall Malls going when I'm in there fixing something like I like roast. The wife and I, we don't eat steak. We cannot afford that. $7, $8, $9, $10 a pound is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
When we can go buy a roast that will give the two of us a supper meat for 4 or 5, depending on the roast, 6 meals, and we like it just as good. And it's we can get it for usually $3.25 a pound on sale, which is a quarter what the steak would cost us on sale.
Yep.
So yeah, some put carrots or mushrooms or potatoes, and while I'm doing that roast, and that's when he likes to walk.
Yeah, I experienced a cigarette
So I
smoke. I
smelled
think it
that,
was in the
and we have
Eisenhower room when I was at Farnsworth. Yeah, I smelled the cigarette smoke for a short time, and it was gone. But in my old apartment,
right.
I had the
It's
worst.
a walkthrough.
Well, I had the worst smell. I had the worst smell you could ever have, though. I'm sorry to interrupt there, but I came in from work,
Yeah.
and you know, and I smelled this horrible smell. It was like sewer, maybe worse than sewer. And I blamed my sister. I said, you know, what'd you do? You contaminated our whole apartment. It's really, really bad. And then when I got closer to the kitchen sink, it smelled like vomit. I said, 2 different really bad smells. I thought, whoa, this is not good at all. What did she do? But then I checking all the drains and everything else. Everything was fine. It wasn't anything coming down up from that, it seemed. But I thought, so I got my K2 meter, brought it to an area where where there wasn't any power that would have set it off or anything. And I said, spirits, if you did this, blink that second light twice. And it did it. And I said, okay, I want a confirmation. Again, if you did this scent, this smell, this horrible smell, blink the light twice. And it did it again. Right after I had that communication, the smell was gone. And you couldn't get rid of a bad smell like that, just like that. All the smells were gone. Everything was fine. Yeah, so that definitely, I want to make sure I mention that, because that was one of the more amazing things. One time I smelled unscented candle wax burning in my room, which there wasn't we didn't have any candles burning, of course. We had candles somewhere, but we weren't burning any. And to smell that in my bedroom, and there again, it was there, then it was gone. Why unscented candles? I have no idea. The spirits do their own thing.
We had that. We had that last week. I was walking in front of my laundry room on the way to the bedroom, and was kind of walking through the living room, approaching the laundry room. They're side by side, and I smell exactly what you're talking about. It candle burning, and I thought, oh, that can't be. We haven't burned a candle here in months, if not a year or two. We might have an unscented candle burning. What we do we do an Advent wreath, if you know what that is.
Yeah.
For the Thanksgiving to Christmas,
yeah,
and of course Christmas Day. But this was last week. The Advent wreath is still in the closet in this room I'm sitting in. It's still in this where we've got it stored, because I'm not going to break it out till probably Thanksgiving Day or the day after. So I don't know what I was smelling, but Stephen was describing an unscented candle. I've also had incense smell that I remember. If you remember the first of the show, I was kind of joking about the UV lights I've got here.
Yeah.
About my high hippie days in the late 60s, early 70s. And I was about 2 weeks ago, had a strong scent of incense. Now, we have incense here in the house, but we've never burned any. So where did that come from?
Sounds like a residual thing.
It laying around for about 15, 20 minutes to fade away. It could be a residual thing. I don't know. This house was only built in 85.
Yeah, but it
So
could be
the family that was here before.
Yeah, whatever was there before, probably.
Intelligent, because honestly, I really honestly think that sometimes when they want you to notice them and you're not noticing them, Like they're going to do little things first, you know, they're going to move, you know, maybe the candle holder, or, you know, maybe the doily on the coffee table or something. You're not noticing, you know, and then they're going to start doing stuff a little bit more, you know, profound. So it's more like a, hey, hello, I'm here, you know. So sometimes I think when you get those paranormal smells, you know, because that's a strong sense, you know, your sense of smell is such a important sense to have. And I think when they give that scent to you, that's more of them saying, hey, right here now, I need you to pay attention. This is what I want you to know. I am here. So, I mean, when your you know, father-in-law is doing that, you know, is smoking his cigarette and blowing the smoke at you, he's saying, hey, Len, I'm here still, buddy. I'm still watching. You know, don't burn the gravy because I'm paying attention. You know?
Well, you know that really bad smell, that definitely was an intelligent one, because the spirit listened to me and stopped the smell. A candle wax, I kept thinking, well, that could be residual, but now I'm starting to rethink that too. You don't want to rethink too much, you get a headache.
True.
Yep.
Because, like I said earlier, you might not. This whole field is theory. It's not like we can absolutely scientifically prove anything. We don't know who we're talking to. We don't know what we're experiencing. We can't even guarantee or absolutely prove it's a ghost. It could be an alien. It could be an interdimensional being of some sort. We can't prove it.
That's right.
We know.
That's right.
Know we hear something. We know smell something. We know we see something. You know, we some kind of sense something, but sometimes we feel something if it grabs us. But we're not. We can't.
Well, my sister always believed they were all demons.
That's what.
Yeah, my sister. That she always would say that. No, they're all demons.
Stephen. Stephen, here in Arkansas, being in the middle of the Bible Belt, I am not welcome in any church in this county because everybody knows I'm a ghost hunter, and most of the religious people here, a lot of people here in Southeast Arkansas came here from Louisiana to escape Catholicism, and they'll even admit this to you. Yeah, my parents, my ancestors, whatever, came up here to get away from Catholicism because they had some kind of, you know, I'm tired of this Catholic stuff. And there's no Catholic church here in this county. Nobody wants to tolerate it. And, you know, Catholics will kind of believe in ghosts. These people here are adamant not believing in it and not believing in purgatory, which the Catholics believe in purgatory.
Yeah.
These people here are hardcore evangelicals, regardless if they're Methodist or Baptist or whatever. And they believe I talk to demons, not ghosts. Everything's a demon.
Well, you know what? My next door neighbor. This was at my 2 apartments ago. You know, we're sitting outside there. It was really nice out on the porch and everything. We got to talking about paranormal and everything. She says, "And you shouldn't dance with the devil." And I said, "No, I can't dance."
Well, you know what, Len, I grew up in a haunted house, and I've had this, you know, I've always had this gift. I've always seen things that aren't there. I've seen them since I was little, but, you know, and then as I was growing up, you know, I would tell my mom and dad, you know, or anybody, I'd be like, there's a man in my bedroom at night, you know, and they're like, no, there's not. Yeah, there is. There's a man in my bedroom. Sometimes he brings this little old lady with him, you know. Then I get in trouble because I was lying. I got in trouble on a field trip one time. They took us to this mansion that was haunted. And it made me cry really bad because there was this woman in the corner looking at me like she was going to eat me. And it scared the crap out of me. So I started crying in the middle of this field trip. I got in trouble, you know. So when you have this gift or you know there's stuff out there and nobody else knows about it, who do you talk to about it? You know what I mean? So for a long time, I just didn't talk about it. Just didn't say it, Pretend you don't see it, Angel. If you don't pretend it's not there. But I mean, my mom would be like, you're lying. No, I'm not lying. There's a man standing right there. He's right there in the living room. He just opened up all the cupboards. I got in trouble because he opened up all the cupboards in the kitchen. It wasn't me. It was the man. I didn't do it, And I was always taking the crap for this dude that was doing this stuff in the house because nobody wanted to believe me that I could see ghosts. So now I'm like, I don't care. Well, I tell people, by the way, there's somebody standing behind you, But I mean, you don't have nobody to talk to, and find out. It's all theory. That I can't look it up in a book. I can't find the answers in a book. But the only book I can't find the answer in, which is somewhere where we're not really, supposed to talk about it, or, they're not going to accept me because of this. I find the answers maybe in the Bible, and that's what people don't understand. Is people like us sometimes are the most spiritual people on earth. I pray and I believe in God, and I'm not dancing with the devil, and I don't believe in hell because I'm pretty sure God loves me more than I love myself. So I mean, if these ghosts are still here, if these spirits are still here, I honestly think it was just they were scared. They're scared to move on to that other plane because we don't know what's going on up there either. What is next? What's next? How do we know what's next?
Right.
We never will until we die, and then we might not know. Yeah.
So maybe that's why they're still here, because they're scared and they don't know what's next, just like the rest of us. And you say, and the funny thing is, I go and I do this, in cemeteries, I talk to these dead people in cemeteries. Do you know I can't find any dead people to talk to in Catholic cemeteries?
Really?
And the Catholic cemeteries are the quietest cemeteries you will ever go in. I don't find shadow people. I don't find people wandering around. I don't hear voices there. If I need some peace and quiet, I go to the Catholic cemetery down the street, and it's the most quietest place.
Jeez.
Because I think they they're waiting, I guess. I don't know. And they're like, don't talk about it. But yeah.
Oh, I just noticed that since the time is dwindling there too, maybe we should talk a little more about the table tipping. Now, you and I both agree that when we did this, we were looking around. We could not debunk it. There was nothing going on. We looked at everybody's feet. There was no wires. I saw the whole setup to begin with, and I can't debunk it.
Well, that's why I helped to move the rug out of the way. We rolled back this big old carpet and everything, because I'm like, I'm gonna make sure there ain't no funny business going on, and that was amazing.
To me, it was real. Yeah.
Yep.
Angel Robert White's got an interesting comment about why Catholic cemeteries are quiet. It's on screen.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
They all have fled and been told to shush while in the Catholic cemeteries.
I know.
Everybody speaks up at a Catholic cemetery, a paranormal nun.
We've got a haunted cemetery in Terre Haute. That's the only one that's listed as paranormal, as haunted. And I think the dog's name is Skippy Green. And to this day, because when his master died, he always stayed by his master's grave. That's like the movie Greyfire's Bobby. Did you ever see that?
Uh-huh.
It was sort of like that type of story. But he always would lay on top of his master's grave and everything. So to this day, sometimes you hear the barking. There's no dog around.
I've seen stories of that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well,
there was another thing too, but I can't remember what the other one was. But that was one of the stories of that's the I think it was the Highland Cemetery there.
I know there's
I've heard stories like that, and one of them involved the cemetery was not a pet cemetery, but the dog came there every day to be by his master's grave, and finally the dog died, and they made an exception and buried the dog by the master's grave.
Yeah, that was the one I'm talking about. Yeah, they buried the dog there, and
Okay.
but you can still hear his voice. This is after he died, of course. You can still hear him barking.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it is. It's sad and
That's what I've
amazing
heard,
at the same
and I
time.
can see that. Well, we lost a cat here, and the cat wanted to be here. So rather than disposing of the body, whatever way, I gave the cat a Viking funeral, and since it wanted to be here, the cat's ashes will forever be in our front yard. And every once in a while, we'll see the cat doing.
Nope,
Yeah,
froze
well,
up.
yep, we did. We have that cat at the Farnsworth house. I chased that cat everywhere in that house.
I've got to get to the Tilly Pierce house, and again, there's a cat there too in the blue room, which is the Hetty Schaefer room. I was there. I wasn't looking enough to see the cat, but I know somebody else that had actually seen the paw come underneath the door.
The Zoom thing around the house.
Yeah, it's a ghost cat, and it's just runs around the Tilly Pierce house in, and but mostly the blue room there, the Hetty Schaefer room. That I always like to be in that room, and because I thought one of these days maybe I'll see that cat or hear him, and they say you can hear him meow during the night and everything. They'll play with cat balls and everything, or any ball with a bell on it or something. It'll make noise during the night with that ball. I'd like to experience that sometime, So I might spend a couple days there this next trip too.
Well, I had a cat. I loved him. He was a big black cat. I called him Sambo. Like, what else am I going to name a black cat? But he was like the love of my life. This cat and me were like inseparable. Well, we had Thanksgiving dinner here, and my niece had came with her kids, and my niece is the same age as me, but her kid Ryan was such an asshole, and he slammed my cat in the recliner, and then he ran outside. Well, I couldn't sleep all night long. I was like, I couldn't find my cat. And then I finally dozed off, and I sat straight up in my bed, and I was like, Sambo. I'm like, something's wrong with my Sambo. I'm like, he's not coming back. I'm like, he's dead. And my husband's like, no, he's not go back to sleep. The next morning, he was outside, and he was underneath my car, and he was dead. And every night that cat would come up in bed with me, and he would make butter and lay down right beside me. I mean, that cat did that every single night. Well, my husband helped me bury him out in the front yard. That's the nice thing about living in the country. You can just bury your dogs and people in the front yard, So I buried my Sambo in the front yard. And that night he jumped up in bed with me. I mean, he was gone, but I could feel him come in, and he made his butter, and he laid down, and I could feel him snuggling with me. And sometimes I still see him going through the house.
Yes.
But
I can fully agree with that, because our cat was done the same way. Occasionally I see him outside in the yard, but I most likely see her in the house. Sometimes plain as day, sometimes it's just a blur, but other times, there it is. There's a cat over there.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I think they just have an
But
attachment to
this
you.
is
And they
where
love
she
you
wanted to
so
be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
And
They don't want to get away from you.
she came to this piece of property looking for some place to stay. She did not want to leave here, so she's not. She's here. So I'm guessing that when the wife and I are gone and our ashes are scattered over the yard here, it'd be three of us, at least three of us now. The two of us and a cat.
Yeah. Scaring the next poor people that live in your house. I see. So somebody will be sitting in your living room going,
Yes.
"Hey, did you see that? Did you see that man with the cat walk through the yard this morning in his underwear?" That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to haunt people. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to haunt people really
It would be a
bad.
great hobby, wouldn't it?
But
It'd be a great hobby to hunt people.
I
Yeah.
have goals.
yes, it would. By the way, there's something I have to do right now because it is midnight here in the Central Time Zone, and we're still going. So give me about 30 seconds. Let me do something right here.
Okay.
Hold your ears. Way, that was obvious who that was. Uh, that is the video software that somebody recommended that I use. So that's just a cute little video I'll put together with the free version. So imagine what I can do with I bought the whole thing version.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I might have to look into that because I'm looking for some decent software because that other software is terrible.
I've heard this is some pretty good software, so that may be what I end up trying out. It's not that expensive to get the whole smear.
I'm making notes on my board.
That may be what I do because I put that video together in about 5 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
It is.
Imagine what you could do with a whole day.
It's a cute little. Imagine what, yeah, a whole day with a whole version instead of just the free version.
Yeah.
Oh, in Queensland, it's 4 p.m. Robert White, he's in Queensland. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so you know where he is.
Yep.
I believe that's Australia. Anyway, what have we not touched base on? Y'all have any more comments about what y'all saw or heard or smelled or anything else in Gettysburg?
Well, I got to bring up, the McFarland room at the Farnsworth House Inn. A lot of people are getting, and I, including myself, I have a lot of meter activity. I found out why that was. It's a natural cause. The guy was telling me about it. The guy I met over at the Sachs Bridge this last trip, and he said he had that room a while ago, and he went out for a cigarette, and he looked up and saw the power lines go right through that room. So all the meter activity is from the radiation from the power lines, not anything paranormal. So that was sort of disgusting to hear that. But other things happened in that room too, I heard, but I didn't experience some of those things. I got a human whistle from one of my EVPs in that room though. But as far as meter activity, you just got to ignore it because it's debunked.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the meter in there, but I tell you, from working there and experiences I've had in that house, that is one of my favorite rooms. And maybe it is because it has that extra EMF, coming out of that room. Maybe that's what ramps and fuels the activity in that room. I mean, I've seen the rocking chair move in that room. I've had stuff happen to me in that bathroom in that room, where you hear the tapping on the towel or maybe the rustling of the shower curtain and stuff. I mean, there's been a lot of activity in that room that I've seen with my own eyes. So, and I had a young lady stay in that room one time, and they walked in off the street and they were like, "Hey, do you have a room?" I was like, "Yeah, McFarland room open if you want to stay in that." And they were like, "Yeah, sure." They had a nice night. She comes down in the morning. That poor girl. I felt so bad for her. I was like, "How was your night last night? Did you have a nice night?" And he's going, "Yeah, it was all right, uneventful." And her eyes were like this big, and she's going, I'm like, "Why? What's wrong?" And she went like this, and there was this mark on her forehead. And I was like, "What is that?" And I looked at her husband and I was like, "What did you do to your wife?" He goes, "We've been married a long time. I don't even touch her." She goes, "He drank a 6-pack of beer and passed out." She said, "And I had the most terrifying night of my life." She said, "Something kept sitting on the bed. Something kept pulling at the covers. Something kept knocking." And I said, "Well, can I touch that mark on your head?" And when I did, it was flat. It wasn't a scratch. It wasn't a scrape. It wasn't a bruise or a welt. It was like something straight up sucked on that woman's forehead and gave her a hickey. And I was like, "You gotta be kidding me." I did take a picture of it because that's the way I am. But yeah, that was in the McFarland room in Gettysburg. But I was like, "Man, that's cool." I'm like, "Ghost hickey." He's like, "Yeah, because it wasn't me. I didn't do that." And I thought it was pretty cool. And that room's the room that I was cleaning one
what
day.
Stephen brought.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, Stephen brought up the fact that the power line goes right over the room.
Mm-hmm.
It's my theory that spirits can feed off the power line leakage and get energy. Not only will it set off a meter, it'll also keep your spirits charged up, and they can be more active.
Yeah, because that room is super duper crazy. And like my first like real experience at the Farnsworth house was from that room. And when I first started working there, I was like, haunted my ass. I was like, this house isn't haunted. Nothing happened to me for like 4 months. I'm like, I bring stuff out of the woodwork. If there's something here, I'm going to see it. And I was like, so I was in the house all alone, Len. All alone. There was nobody else in that house. And I'm cleaning the McFarland room. And I swept, ran the vacuum and stuff. And when I turned it off, I could hear like, how like little kids when they're running barefoot on like hardwood floor, how it kind of like sounds like slapping, like slap, 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 like almost like duck feet. That's what I heard. And I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, where's that coming from? So I ran out of the room and I'm looking and I'm like, nothing here. So I went back in and I'm making the bed and I hear it again. And I'm like, I went running out immediately. I ran down the hall and I'm like looking down over the staircase and stuff. And there was nothing there, nothing at all. I'm like, what in the heck is going on? So then I finished making the bed, I'm fluffing the pillows and making them look pretty and everything. And then I hear the door behind me. It kind of like clicked. And I was like, and the doorknob, the deadbolt for that room was turned. Now the door was still open, but the bolt was like on the lock position. So I went over and I unlocked it and I gathered up the rest of the garbage and sat it outside and then went and got the vacuum cleaner and brought it out and pulled the door shut and locked it. And when I locked it in the next room right beside me, which was the Jeremy room, I heard the music box go off in there, and I could hear the really fast feet of a little kid and laughing. I shot down those stairs, and they're straight up and down stairs. I shot down there like a fat Jamaican bobsledder on my back. I wasn't so much scared as I was excited because I finally had an encounter in the house, and it was like a really good one. So I went running over, and I'm like, the music box is going off. And Nikki, the other girl in there, you know, she's Nikki Pear on Normal. She's like, no, it's not. She grabs her voice recorder and her camera and went running over there. And she sat over there for like 45 minutes. She comes in and she's like mad. She's like, nothing happened. She's like, nothing. I'm like, you want me to go back over and let's see if we can get some more. So we go over and we're sitting in there for like 15 minutes and nothing. We get to the bottom of the door and I open up the door to go outside. And just as I opened it up, that stupid music box went off again. And she was like, did you hear it? And I was like, yes, I heard it. But
well,
yeah,
I did have an experience there. At the end of my trip, and I was checking out of the McFarland room, and I was talking to some women about how to do the spirit box because I had the same spirit box and everything. And all of a sudden, this big boom, and it came from the McFarland room too. A huge boom. It was so loud that the one girl said, "Oh, she almost landed in the other girl's lap there because it was so loud." I said, "What the heck was that?" And I'm looking back in the room. There's nothing that would have caused it. That was one of the more strangest things that happened from McFarland. Like I say, I was checking out, but that boom sound, it was so loud, and it did come from the McFarland room. So who's to say? I don't know.
yeah, and people say, you know, that they hear up in the attic in the garret. You know, that room is locked. You can't get in it unless you know the combination of that lock. You know, and the only people that know the combination are people that work there and the tour guides. And they're pretty strict on lock that room. When you're done with it, lock that room. And people will stay in that place and they'll say they hear stuff being dragged across the floor, you know, up in the attic above them. Or they'll hear like maybe, well, there's a big cannonball up there and it's sitting on this flat thing, and it's just there. It just sits there, and you'll go up there, and that cannonball is not on there. It's rolled across the room, and you know, some guy said, "Yeah, it was probably a rat." Well, there's not a rat in that house. I can tell you that because there's an exterminator that comes in there like twice a month and makes sure that there's nothing there. But there's no way because I mean that cannonball is like 20 pounds. You know, it's heavy. When you pick it up, you know you picked up a cannonball because I mean it's just heavy and it's just got a lot of meat to it. So for something to push it off of that plate, because that plate is even special made that it sits down like inside of it. It doesn't sit like on top of it. Like if it was totally flat and it would just roll off, I would understand that. But it's got that divot in it, you know, so something round can sit down inside of it. So you would have to like really mean to push it off of there. And for it to come rolling off in the middle of the night when nobody else is up there and that door is locked, what else is pushing it off there? You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah.
But I like the Sarah Black room too. That I got the weirdest EVP, metallic sounds, and a growl, a distorted growl was on there. And also that same night, this was around midnight, and then there was a loud knocking on the wall, almost where the attic was. It's sort of in the upper wall. And then when I was in the Sweeney room the next trip, that I noticed it had to be coming from above the TV, which is almost impossible. Who's gonna get up there, you know, on a ladder and get up and knock above the TV? I don't think so. So that probably was paranormal too.
Yeah, that room, that's the Catherine Sweeney room. That's a weird room. That room, the water comes off and on by itself in the
That's what
bathroom.
I heard. I was going to say, yeah, I remember that. Didn't happen to me though, but yeah, it has happened to many.
Well, I've seen that happen because like we would I would check people in and at the Farnsworth house when you check in there because it's a bed and breakfast, it's kind of hard to find rooms. We walk you over there personally and take you to your room and unlock the door and say welcome to this room, if you need anything at all, the bathroom is here, and in the Catherine Sweeney room, that light is kind of hard to find because it kind of hides behind the towel rack. So I always made it a point when I take anybody in the Sweeney room to reach around the corner and turn that light on and find it for them and say, now this is where this light is because, it's hard to find. You think it would be on this side, but it's not. It's on the other side. So you kind of have to, reach for it around here. But one day I took a woman over there and took her upstairs and I unlocked the door and we walk in and the faucet was running. And I was like, oh no. So I reached in and I turned it off and I said, she goes, this room's not haunted, is it? Because I don't want a haunted room. I'm like, no. I'm like, we just have really dumb housekeepers. I'm sorry. Because she was like, I don't want a haunted room. I'm like, okay, well then, number one, why are you in Gettysburg? Number two, why would you want to stay at the Farnsworth house? I have so many questions for you, woman. But I was like, nope, your room's not haunted. It's one of the quiet rooms. But,
Yeah, you can't tell anybody that it's not. Well, yeah, you can pretend to keep away from the scary part for them, right?
yeah,
But in reality, where can you go that's not haunted in Gettysburg?
I don't know.
The whole town is. The whole town?
Yeah, the whole town is. I stayed. Do you know where the Colton is on
I was
Steinberg?
there. I was
Okay.
there.
Okay, well, those rooms in the back, what is it, number 23 and 24, way in the back corner.
I had that room. I had the most haunted room there. Nothing happened though.
Let
Nothing.
me tell
I
you.
hadn't got anything. Yeah, but it was very smoky. I'm a non-smoker, and it was very, very smoky in there, and you couldn't get rid of that stench. So I didn't like it because of that. But especially if I was out of the room for a while and I come back in, boo, enough to knock you out. It's the only the only smoking room in the whole place. But the Colton to me was not active, not at least not at the time I was there.
Well, then you were in a bad day because I stayed there and I wasn't even looking for ghosts that day. I was just there because it was bike week and me and my husband showed up on our Harley. And I unpacked all my stuff and we took it in and I just laid it on the bed and we were starving because we were on the bike all day. And I was like, you know what? I'm like, let's just go across the street to Gettysburg Eddie's. We're going to go and get something to eat. I'm like, we'll finish unpacking later. So I just put everything on the bed. When we came back, everything that was on the bed was then on the floor and all over the room. And the first thing I did, though, was go over and check my one little carry bag that I always had because I put like all of our money, my extra credit card, all my good stuff was in this little tiny zipper bag. And it was over by the bathroom on the floor. And I went over and I grabbed it and I thought, shit, somebody robbed us. While we were eating salad, somebody robbed us. And I opened it up. All my money was there. My credit card was there. Everything was there. I was like, man, I'm like, what in the world is going on? So I picked everything up, folded up our clothes, put them back. And he was like, well, let's go. We're going to go down and get, we're going to go see a couple of our friends, grab a couple of beers, whatever, walk around at the one part of the park and stuff. I was like, all right. So we left. We came back. Same thing. My stuff was everywhere. But in my good cameras there, it's my, I got this big Canon camera laying on the floor. All my stuff is just flung everywhere. And now the window's open. I picked it all up, folded it back up, put it in the drawers this time. And I said, listen, jerk. I'm like, quit throwing my shit around. I'm like, because it's expensive. I'm like, quit throwing my camera on the floor. And I'm like, and don't leave the window open. It's July. It's hot. I have on the air conditioning and you're making it warm in here. So we went to bed. We woke up in the middle of the night and all of the covers are on the floor and all of my stuff. The drawers are open and everything's out on the floor. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I've had just about enough of this guy. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And my
I was there
husband's
for
like,
a whole week. Yeah, I was there for a whole week and nothing.
my
That's the only
husband's
place I
like,
stayed at, I think.
I don't know if we can handle this much more. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, we're gonna have to drink more beer tomorrow. That's the only thing I know. But then nothing else happened while we were there. We were there for like 2 or 3 more days.
Oh, did you
They had
know
a static cam in there.
you mentioned about Gettysburg Eddie's? They have a ghost there too. I don't know if you were familiar with that.
Yeah, there's a ghost there. It wanders around the kitchen and upstairs and stuff.
Yeah,
People have caught it there. I mean, everywhere in Gettysburg.
everywhere. Even the photo place there, because that was where General Reynolds was taken when he died, and things happened there too.
Oh wow!
The
What
way
I
to
was
take
saying,
pictures
Angel,
of you in
don't you
costume
wish
and everything.
you'd set up a static camera
Yeah, I really wish I would have.
while
But
you were in that room?
I know, but I didn't go there to ghost hunt. I went there for bike week and to drink beer and be stupid. It's always when you don't have your stuff.
Maybe that's why I had all my stuff with me. See,
Yes.
That's why, because you had your stuff with you.
so they didn't want to cooperate.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a camera shot. They see you with the camera, they're gone.
Yeah.
It's weird like
Exactly.
that. If you remember what is that? It's in Atlanta, very, very close to you, Stephen, Atlanta, Indiana.
I haven't heard of that city.
They're in Atlanta, Indiana.
Well, we have the Widow's Weep. Willow's Weep. Willow's Weep is very evil. I think they stopped doing investigations there. It was just like the Zach Bagans house there in Gary, Indiana. You have to have it torn down. Well, this is just like that. It's very evil. It's only about less than a half-hour drive from where I live. And I tried to do an investigation here, but they just don't allow it anymore, evidently. But I do want to go to Whisper Estates, which is down in Mitchell, Indiana. I've already done the sanatorium that's in Rockville. That's really close to me, within about 15 minutes. We did that, and I got a very strange EVP there.
Oh wow!
With a sound you just could not explain.
Look up Atlanta, Indiana. I forget the name of the hotel. It's haunted, but their spirits there. You see more with no camera. You go in there with no equipment, and you will have some personal experiences. You go in there and set everything up, you're going to get nothing.
Wow. Jeez. Oh, well, we got another place too.
And actually spend the night.
Did you ever hear of the Old Mill Dam? That's haunted too. That's really close to me. That's within less than 20, maybe 15 minutes for me. And it's a ghost of a little girl. I guess there's an underground tunnel there that she drowned in the water there, and some people still see her to this day.
Oh wow!
And then disappears. Then she'll disappear. Yeah. Well, I was only there one time, but there's so many people there, and with the noise of the dam, and all the people talking, I couldn't do any EVPs. But people had seen the little girl though. Yeah. So yeah, Indiana's got a lot of places, and then the old Crown Point Jail, I've heard too, is haunted.
Yes, I do.
You can hear the jail cells.
I've investigated that place, and I've caught. You're talking about smelling something. About an hour ago, maybe we were talking about smelling something. Just in there investigating. We're just about to move on to another area of the jail because we'd run out of getting stuff. And started walking down the hallway, running a camera, and all of a sudden, cigar smoke. And they do not allow smoking in this building. There was nobody smoking either inside or outside the building. But this, it was cigar or or pipe tobacco, and we started smelling it, and it smelled like a guy I used to work with back when in Georgia. It was a particular pipe tobacco he had blended for him, and it smelled like that. So it was either a custom cigar or some pipe tobacco that the smell was just really strong. And some other people wasn't getting a whole lot, so I hollered their names. I said, "Come up here and see if you can smell this." And they come up and they started describing the smell and said it was really of a sweet smell and smelled something like some kind of custom tobacco smell. And I said, "Yep,
cherry
that's what
blend
we're
or
getting."
something.
So there's about 7 or 8 of us, something that 7 or 8 of us smelled it. And that's it. That was at the Crown Point Jail. So if you can go there, go there. Interesting place.
Yeah, I was in the vicinity after my my accident. I was in the Crown Point Hospital there, but
Right.
yeah, it's probably in that. I'm sure it's in that area. If it's in Crown Point, that is, yeah. Then I was in that very close by, you know.
Yeah. Well, one of the smells that I've caught before
So if you get the chance, go there.
Do they have regular tours going through there?
What battlefield smells? Yes, they do. You can go in and get it, or you can catch on to somebody who's got just 3 or 4 people that will be glad to split the cost of going through there with you.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. They get
Especially
a
when they'll
trail
just call
cell
them.
doors,
But what
slam and everything.
Yeah, I've smelled
Angel,
like
what did you talking about smelling on the battlefield?
like on where was I at? I think it was over towards Seminary Ridge, over by the McPherson farm. I was there one day, and you could smell like burnt coffee. You know what I mean? Like really strong burnt camp coffee. You know, and it has a distinct smell. Like you can't. It's not Dunkin'. You know what I mean? It's not Starbucks. It just smells like sewer coffee. You know, that's been burnt, and it was like campfire smell too. And there was no reenactors. There was nothing going on. It was in the middle of winter, so it was, you know, that crisp winter smell. You know, you understand, Stephen, being from the north, we get snow, and you know how the air just smells really, really clean after it's been, you know, snowing for a while.
Yep.
It was on that kind of a day, and it smelled like a campfire and camp coffee, like really strong burnt coffee, and there was nobody around.
Well, we had 4 of us smelled laundry soap down in the tunnel at the sanatorium, and nobody else did. Just 4 of us smelled the laundry soap. We told the tour director, he said, you know, some of us smell laundry soap and over here, and nobody else. I heard whispers. A couple of us heard whispers on the other end too. There was a couple of guys that she had go down to the other end, but I asked him about it. Say, were you guys whispering? He said, no, we weren't whispering, but yet heard whispering. So, yeah. That what they did things like showy things, like, you know, they did the flashlight thing where you loosen up the battery the compartment, which I'm sort of skeptical about that, because that can go, those flashlights can go off at any time, whether you ask them a question or not, you know, because of the loosened battery compartment.
Yeah. Well, back to those small flashlights.
Yeah.
And they said they've proven in their factory, if you just loosen it where it's just not quite on, that it will arc occasionally.
Yeah.
Right.
Intermittently, they said there's no predicting it, but it'll arc. And the flashlight will come on, arcing, you can go back off.
Right.
So I do not trust the flashlight test. It's too easily debunked.
I know. That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't ever do that flashlight thing. I just don't.
No.
Not comfortable with the results.
Mm-mm.
There I go again, being the major skeptic that I am.
Well, you have to be. You want to make sure. You don't want to jump the gun and say, "Oh man, we got a ghost," when it turns out to be a reflection or something simple.
Yeah.
Exactly. You just never know. It's a hit or miss, but yeah, a
But
lot of these
Stephen,
things
you
need to
know a little bit
explain.
about mhm. You've heard a lot about Chicago spirits. Have you ever heard of
Oh
Maple
yeah,
Lake?
yeah. We've also got Mothman since 2011. Not only does West Virginia have Mothman, and it has a statue and everything in its honor, but we have it on the lakefront, and there's been sightings at O'Hare Airport by a person or two. It actually seen the humanoid shape, like a bat type, entity with red eyes, and they describe it that way. And they see it take off, and it's just awesome. So yeah, Chicago's got it too now. Well, since 2011.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
Right.
So,
Well,
Never
I
seen.
investigated Maple Lake, and
oh, I've been there.
a
Yep.
lot a lot of it can be debunked. A lot of the lights are up there on way south side. We're actually out of Chicago at that point. But a lot of planes going into Midway. You may not see the plane overhead at night, but you'll see their light reflection, either a red or a green, or sometimes their landing lights reflecting on the lake, and where you may not be looking straight up or kind of behind you and see the plane in the sky. And another one, they've got some reflectors. They've got some fish measurements, because you're not supposed to take a fish over a certain size out of that lake. So they got measuring platforms around the lake, and they put highly reflective tape on them. And if you shine a flashlight out there, it easily reflects on the reflectors. And if a car goes by anywhere around there and shines a little bit of light up there, even for a second, you see those reflectors.
Yeah, it's got to bounce off it.
Yeah. So a lot of that Maple Lake, the lights flashing around, can be debunked really quickly by just reflection.
Yeah.
And near there is Monk's Castle, which is that church there with the graveyard, and that the priest
Right.
reported that the cemetery, the tombstones are rising up and down. The whole ground was going up and down, real strange. And that's the legend there on that one. And the guy, police officer, saw like 4 monk figures in the cemetery. He tried to catch them. By squad car, he took the car right up there. Nowhere for them to go, and they were just gone.
Oh.
Yeah, got some cool stuff in there. And then, not to mention Resurrection Cemetery, the famous ghost Resurrection Mary herself. That's that cab drivers had picked up, and that she disappear as the car is still moving. With other cab drivers, she gets out of the cab, walks right through, dissipates right through the gate of the cemetery.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a major.
Right.
It's almost like a celebrity ghost. Yeah, Chet's Melody Lounge. According to the Richard Crow tour, he got it on his video, which I've got the video somewhere. But he mentioned that in front of all these witnesses, they spotted her walking down the in front of the cemetery.
Well, that's cool. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Resurrection Mary. Resurrection Cemetery. I mean, the Mary herself. Yeah, Resurrection Mary. Yeah, that's Richard Crow.
Yes.
And
Richard Crow. This is from his funeral.
Yeah. Oh, I got a story to tell you about this too.
You remember? He's
really good
buried in Resurrection Cemetery.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he finally gets to be with Resurrection Mary. But what happened with me, I had these premonitions. For a couple of years, I had premonitions that always came true, right? But I had a post premonition about Richard Crow. I tried calling him to go to my friend's haunted farm, which I don't know why I call him for, because on weekends he's busy with his tours, right? So I call him the next day again, because he
Right.
would say on answering machine, machine does not take a message. Call me back, later on or whatever. So I did. The second time I called him, I knew at that point he was dead. I was so sure of it. I looked him up online, and he was dead for about a week and a half, pancreatic cancer. And that was eerie.
Yes.
Post premonition.
He had two,
it could have been anything,
he
because
had
his
two
machine
things.
was always
He had
saying that.
a cancer.
Yeah, it was pancreatic
He
cancer.
had a
Yeah.
urinary tract infection. Right. He had a urinary infection, went in to have the urinary tract infected, and they found the pancreatic cancer.
Oh, that's how they found it. Okay. Man.
That's why he's in the hospital for urinary tract infection, and the cancer didn't have anything to do with it. They found the cancer, and it very quickly killed him.
Yeah. I was shocked though that it could have been anything with his
awesome
answering
man.
machine. Yeah. Yeah. But it could have been it could be said, machine didn't take a message. Well, I've always heard that. I've called him many times, and I was just had to call him back later. So why did I think it was death this time when it was a normal thing for him to put on his answering machine? You know what I mean? It could have been anything, but I really had that overwhelming feeling he died. He's not around anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then then I looked him up online on the computer. Wow. Yeah, he did for about a week and a half. That's one of the strangest things
Right.
in my lifetime that ever happened.
Mm-hmm. The reason I knew so much was because he and I were in the Westerners together. The Westerners, for anybody who doesn't know, is a club that obviously studies the Wild West.
Well, I've done investigations
he
for
was
Rick.
one of the top people in it. He would often speak there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I did his last John Dillon event with him.
Yeah, I've I investigated
that's how I knew
nightclub
about him going to the hospital.
Yeah, but he called me one time and said that because I had the equipment, and said that to go to Stone Park. There was a Club Nitro, it was called. It's haunted. He says the police want to know answers, so he called me in. So I helped investigate with him, and so Rod Fabiani was the sergeant. He went on to do Paranormal Cops, the show. I don't know if you remember that or not. It lasted for like a season or two.
Right.
Oh,
but Rod Fabiani, so he was in charge of that whole investigation, and I was there helping out with my meters and everything. They turned off all electricity. It was during the winter, freezing cold, but my meter's going off like crazy. There's nothing for the meter to go off on. I hold it right by the speaker and everything, and it wouldn't even go off then. And all of a sudden, it'd go off just whenever it wanted to, I guess. But then we got strange things on camera and everything too. So strange anomalies and stuff. Some of it could have been from our condensation from the breath, though. I was thinking about it like an afterthought, being it so cold in there. But there's other things that sure wasn't condensation. That Ron got on his night shot camera, and I got on mine.
Mm-hmm.
Strange things going on, and that people had seen entities there at that club, and that's where they would call in to. If cops found out about it, they'd call in and say, "There's something going on over here at this nightclub that we can't explain." And so, out of curiosity, then Ron headed his whole. Oh, it looked like the police station out there in front of that. All the squad cars are out there in front of the nightclub. Yeah, that was a great night. That was a great night.
Hey, Len, have you ever been to the Irma Hotel in Cody, Wyoming? The Irma Hotel in Cody, Wyoming.
Wyoming?
Yeah. Have you ever been there?
I have never been to Wyoming, period. No, I've never been to Wyoming.
Man, it's an awesome place. Well, I didn't know anything about the hotel itself when we went. I was just going because we went out west, on vacation. And that's another thing. Whenever I'm doing investigations, like a lot of people will look at stuff and do research before they go. I don't, because I don't want anything that anybody else has, encountered or anything to, mess with my time there. I don't want to know what happened to so and so. Don't tell me nothing. Don't tell me anything at all. I'm going to go, I'm going to collect whatever I collect, and then I'll do research afterwards. So I do a little bit backwards, but I don't want that, thought in the back of my head going, oh, this is supposed to happen here. You know what I mean? But we went on vacation and we were walking around town, and with the way I am, there's way too many dead people in Cody, Wyoming for my taste. Okay. There's like way too many dead people there. So I told my husband, I said, listen, I'm going to go with Elizabeth. We're going to go over. We're going to go shopping because the ghost can't get me while I'm shopping. I'm going to do retail therapy. He goes, okay, where are we meeting later? I said, we'll meet at that big motel in the middle of town. I'm like, that Irma Hotel. I'm like, because they have, drinks and stuff outside and everything. I'm like, we'll meet up there. And he's like, okay. So we get there, and me and this lady were having, and I wasn't even drinking beer or nothing. I was drinking a cold Coca-Cola. And we're sitting outside on the porch, and I'm just like looking around, and I'm like, I see this old Western cowboy looking guy walking down the street. And I'm thinking, oh, he must be part of that Wild Bill Cody show that's going to be on at 5:00. It's 3. He's a little bit early. And then this Subaru drives right through him. Like, that's it. I got to go to the bathroom. So I get up, I go inside, and I ask the lady at the bar, I'm like, can you please tell me where the restroom is? She's like, yeah. She's like, go through the end of the bar. She's like, go down the hallway. She's like, to the right, there's a big open room. She's like, and that's where the Cherrywood bar that Queen Victoria sent to Buffalo Bill is at. She's like, check that out. She's like, but at the end of that hall, there's another little hallway to the right, and the bathrooms are there. I said, okay, thank you. So I go in there, and I just have this creepy feeling in there. But it could be because there's like 500 mounted, dead animals in there looking at you like, and I'm like, oh man, it's just weird because way too many dead animals. So I go in the room and I'm checking out this bar. And I'm like, that's really cool. So then I come out, I go down to the bathroom, I open up the woman's room, I walk in, I'm like, crap, there's a man in here. So I tried not to look at him. I'm like looking everywhere else except for this dead dude. And I'm like, I go in the stall real quick, shut the door. And I'm sitting there thinking, I hope he leaves because I can't pee with an audience. So I'm like in there and I got my eyes shut and I'm trying to go to the bathroom. And then when I'm done, I was like looking out the door and I'm like making sure he's not out there, And I'm like, he's gone. Because when they notice that I can see them, then they're like always like right here, like it, and it makes you really uncomfortable. So I'm like, whew, he didn't notice I could see him. So I wash my hands, I dry them and throw my paper towel away. I open up the door. There he is, standing right outside the door. I was like, shoot, now what do I do? And he looks at me and he goes, no. He goes, no. And sometimes I can hear them, sometimes I can't. This guy wanted something to be heard. So I could hear this man. And he kept going, no, Ruth, no. And I'm like, excuse me. And I'm like trying to walk out. And there's this other lady standing in the hall. And she's real. And she's looking at all these animals and stuff. And I'm fighting with this man that she can't see. Because I'm going, I'm not Ruth. I don't know who Ruth is. Just go away. Because he's like right here in my face the whole time going, no, Ruth. And I'm like, oh. And I'm trying to get around him. And she's looking at me like, this lady's weird, And I'm like, out the door I go as fast as I can. And once I got on the porch and shut the door, he couldn't go any further. Like he was stuck right there, you know? And I was like, whew, I'm on base, you know, I'm safe. So then the guys come and they're like, hey, this hotel has an emporium. Let's go check it out and see what's in there. I said to my husband, I said, I don't want to go in there, honey. He's like, why? I said, because there's a man in there. He goes, what do you mean there's a man in there? I said, there's a man in there. He's looking for Ruth, and I don't know who Ruth is. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, we'll be with you. You'll be all right. I walk in there. He is standing. I mean, he was waiting for me. So he's coming towards me. I put my hand up like this. I'm like, I said to the young lady behind the counter, I said, listen, I am not crazy. I have to ask you a question. There's a dead man here. I can see ghost. He's here. He's standing over there in the corner and he's looking for Ruth. Can you please tell me who Ruth is and where I can find her? And she goes, what do you mean there's a ghost in here? This place is haunted? I'm like, yeah. She goes, I just started working here. She's like, what do you mean it's haunted? She's like, I don't know, no, Ruth. I'm like, I don't know either. So he's coming at me again. And I'm like, I turned out that door I went because I knew I was safe on the porch. Because he was just so adamant. I mean, he was so loud. And I just couldn't handle him. So I'm like, that's it. And my husband comes out. He's like, what's wrong? I'm like, I got to go back to the cabin because I didn't see any dead people there. I'm like, I need to go in there and hide. And I go in there and I'm like laying on the bed and I'm like, I don't know who Ruth is. And he goes, well, maybe you need to find out. I said, how am I supposed to? He's like, well, you got your phone. Mm-hmm. He's like, Google it.
What would be fun?
Oh, Len, I Google it.
What would be fun is to mm-hmm.
So I Googled Irma Hotel, Cody, Wyoming, and I'm looking up all this information and I'm scrolling down through and I find a picture of this man. And I went, holy crap on a cracker. I said, this is him. I'm like, this is him. And
who was it?
So when Buffalo Bill dies, the Irma Hotel is shut down. It goes into ruins. This man, his name is Andrew, buys the hotel and fixes it up into his grandeur again. And his wife's name is Ruth.
Oh, he's looking for his wife.
He's looking for his wife. I said, this is the man that's been chasing me all afternoon down there. And he's like, are you kidding? I even told my husband what he looked like. I'm like, listen, I'm like, he's got his hair like it's all combed over. I'm like, he's got suspenders. His white shirt's like all unbuttoned. His sleeves are rolled up. He's got on these trousers, you know. I'm like, but he's not like old timey. I'm like, he's from like the 40s or 50s maybe. I'm like, he's not like a cowboy. I'm like, and I don't know who Ruth is. So, and I'm telling him, and he goes, that's exactly how you explained him to me. And we're looking, and we look, and his wife's name's Ruth. And I was like, that's it. I can't handle no more. He's like, are you going to the rodeo with us tonight? I said, are there going to be dead people there? Because I can't handle any more dead people. It was just too much.
What would be fun was to get my wife and you and your husband out in Tombstone, Arizona.
Oh, I would love to go to Tombstone. I would love to go to Tombstone.
What I would like to do is to get my wife with a camera, video camera, you with a video camera, me, your husband, and a couple other guys to do the walk to the OK Corral and follow the same exact route that the Earths and Doc Holliday walked.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
Yes.
Let me throw the photo up here. Your husband looks like something out of the Wild West. And to be beside him. I don't know if y'all remember where Doc Holliday was from. He was born in Griffin, Georgia.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was in
Later
Georgia.
in
He was a
life,
dentist.
they moved him and his. Yes, he was born in Griffin, Georgia. They moved down to Valdosta, which is even closer to my home of Columbus, Georgia, and that's where she died.
Wasn't she his
Have
cousin?
another Georgia boy walking side by side with your husband. What?
Wasn't weren't they related?
On that route would just be it.
Yeah.
Who was related?
Doc Holliday and his wife. But that wasn't uncommon back then.
No, they were never. They were never even married. They had a tumultuous relationship. A Big Nose Kate.
No, I'm talking about the woman that I don't think he married her. I think she died before they could get married.
Oh, you not that wasn't Doc Holliday. He never got married.
No,
You're thinking
no,
of Wyatt Earp. Now
no.
Had a wife.
Oh yeah, his wife died from typhoid. He was married to her when he was young.
Yes.
That first one. But I thought Doc Holliday had that girlfriend.
Mm-mm.
And they were supposed to get married, but she died too. And I think she was his cousin.
What? No, that may have been very early in life when that happened.
Yeah, he was
his girlfriend later in life was Big Nose Kate, and she actually lived longer than anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, she lived longer than anybody. She outlived every damn body.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about
I think she was about 90 years old.
Yeah. I'm talking about the girl that he was with when he was in practicing dentistry, when he was just starting to learn it. He had that I can't remember what her name is. I read a book about him. I thought it was really cool. I loved it.
Yeah, I think I remember now who you're talking about. I think it was his cousin. He was seeing his cousin, and that was part of the reason he left Georgia. Of course, he was educated up north in one of the top dentistry schools in the country.
Yeah. Yeah. And while he was gone at dentistry school, she died. She got yellow jack or something, and she passed away. And his heart was broken. That's why he would never marry, because she was his true love, and he would never marry after that. He had Kate, but she was just his bedtime buddy. Nothing wrong with that.
Right. And she kind of left him there toward the end because she did not like him hanging around. She did not like Wyatt Earp at all.
Yeah.
And when he went on the Vendetta ride, she kind of left him, and that was the end of them.
Yep.
The
my
Earps
husband would be really cool.
popular.
No, they weren't. No, like their popularity didn't come.
Yeah, your husband. Yeah, and Wyatt was not unknown. He was the unknown factor. He wasn't known much at all compared to his older brother.
Yeah, and Virgil was the one.
The gunfight, the OK Corral.
Virgil
was the one with the reputation. That's all just crazy stories. And Wyatt always tried to calm it down. He didn't like talking about it. He just said a man should not be judged on a given 30 seconds, because that's as long as the gunfight lasted.
Yep.
And by the way, they were basically in a spot you could draw on the ground and it would be about a 12-foot square.
Oh my.
They were about 5 to 6 shooting guns at each other.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like one of the parts I love about history is when when you read it and then it's in your head what you think what it should look like or whatever. And then when you go to the actual place and you see that spot where that history was actually made and how different sometimes it can be. And that's the same thing like Gettysburg. We've all watched the movie a million times. We've all watched Pickett's Charge, and you think it's this big because that's how big it fits on your television. But it's a mile long. A mile long is a really, really long, that's a long distance. It was a mile wide and 15,000 men coming across that field, But when you're watching on television, it's this long, it's this wide, and there's probably 2,000 of them, But to like be standing on that side and looking and just imagining how long a mile is and how many men would have been coming across there, or for how many that would have died. Over 100 horses came across Pickett's Charge too, and only one survived. One. The rest of them all died on that field. So, I mean, when you go to places where history was made and you see where that history was made, it just is like mind blown, because it's so totally different and then it's so real, and you're touching it and you're like, I'm touching history. That's almost as exciting to me as ghosts are. But I mean, a lot of times it's one and the same,
Well, this last May, I was part of an investigation at the slaughter pen. I don't know if you know where that's at, right across from Devil's Den, that little walking bridge that goes across, and then a little to the right there, where there was this is a strange story too. So I was helping them out. I was doing the video of it for them. And but to back up there a bit, this one Facebook friend and his wife were staying at the next hotel over, or a little ways down, walking distance over there. So they joined me over at Gettysburg Eddie's, and which was really nice, and I found out his wife was an empath. Wow. And I knew about the investigation. It was a reincarnation investigation, really unique. So they said, well, can they watch? Can they go there and watch it? And I said, well, let me find out. So Jim Giffords group was there. They were doing this. And so Jim says, yeah, it's okay. And I let him know what time to show up at 4:00. So they all got together. And his wife actually helped a great deal on the investigation. She told him where to go. The spirits were over here. You could talk to them and everything. She even described where his body was because he had died back in the Civil War. And two psychics a year before that, one psychic told him that you were here before, and he thought you meant as a tourist or investigator. He says, no, you died here. Another psychic said the same thing. And it was drawn to that spot all the time. And he's wondering why. So anyway, I cut all this on my video that I did. And so he did the mask thing, and so he was able to communicate, through the empath to the spirits. And in fact, even later on, got to draw them toward the light. So they were released. They crossed over. And so it was really an amazing event there. And I was a part of that because I was there to see for myself. And but she described the gruesomeness of his whatever was left of his body at the slaughter pen, and that was a shame. But he communicated with a fellow officer there that knew his situation. He was so sorry that he felt he was to blame for his death. So it was really very unique. It made it good. It sort of made up for the lack of activity at that hotel at I don't even remember the name of it now. I know we mentioned it earlier. What was that hotel again? I said there's no activity. Colton, that's right. Colton. Well, I was never there before, but yeah, I spent a boring week there. But that was the only exciting thing that happened when I joined Jim's group there for the reincarnation investigation. And that was really unique. I've never been part of that before. Just regular investigations, but not that. So I hear that Devil's Den is completely back to normal, except for a fence that was on the top there.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. I don't know. I'll send you pictures next week. I'll send you pictures next week from there.
Yeah, I'm getting it's getting too hard for me to climb up the Devil's Den anyway, even if they refine the steps and everything. Because I'm on a cane a lot these days. It's hard for me to get up steps and stuff, but I might try it again though. But too bad Little Round Top is off limits for several months, maybe another year.
Yeah. Yeah, they've gotten a lot done though, I guess. So, but I have a back way up there.
Oh, okay. I wonder if the horse tours. I wonder if you can go up that way with the horse. I know you can't with cars. You can't not even with the horses, right? Because I was thinking about doing the horse tour.
Yeah, but my house where I stay is on the back side, a Little Round Top. So I just walk through the backyard and right up over the hill.
Oh, yeah.
I've investigated there a couple times because I mean that's pretty crazy.
I do not want to get on a horse.
I know, right? I am not really fond of them.
I was sore for a week after. I was only on the horse one time my whole life. Oh my gosh, the pain for a whole week. I could not imagine. But if the horse tour doesn't last too long, but I think they got the 1 hour and 2 hour tours. I still don't know if I want to go through that pain again, though. I like horses, though, but I don't know if I could ride one anymore.
Right.
I have short girl problems. I'm short and fat. I can't swing my leg up over it.
You got to use a ladder or find a pony. Yeah, just find a pony.
The only problem with a pony, though, with me is I get on the pony and it's going, hey, one at a time. I'm only a pony.
Yeah, that'd be something I haven't done before. Is that the pony?
My wife would.
Get a horse tour.
Yeah, my wife would carry a picture of me on a horse, and she would tell everybody, "Here's my horse's ass, an ass on a horse."
Oh, what do they call that thing with the two wheels? You can stand up on it. They got those tours. Oh, yeah.
A Segway.
I did that. That's fun.
It's fun.
That's a good time.
I might consider that too.
You know, we were talking about New Orleans, Angel. They have some tours that are Segway tours in New Orleans, but I think they've had issues because a lot of people going on the tours in New Orleans haven't. So yeah, you can imagine being drunk and trying to drive a Segway.
Yeah, no, that's not probably a good idea. Probably not a good idea at all. Yeah, drunken Segway tours.
No, especially when you got 15 or 20 drunk people all together.
They got those walking window things that you go to one window, you get a mixed drink or any drink you want, and you go to the next window, you get another drink. That's what I did, in fact, when I was there. The hurricane drinks. But there's one bar that doesn't have a hurricane. They got like Pink Alligator and all those weird names. I think it's Paradise Lounge on Toulouse Street. I don't know if you've ever been there or not. Nice little bar. It's got the entertainment. It's got the the band and stuff. I tried alligator on a stick. Gator on a stick.
Been in most bars in New Orleans. Yeah. Did you drink a grenade?
Yeah, I had the hand grenade. I had the pink alligator, pink gator, whatever, and I had one other one. I can't think of what it was. They're unique, but they don't have the hurricanes. That was the only bar they didn't have hurricanes in. But I did try the
2 or 3. You're not going to remember what it was.
But my girlfriend and we went there, and my ex-girlfriend, and we met an Australian couple. And after a few drinks, I got brave and said, "Hey, let's try gator on a stick," which was part something else and only part gator. coated with Cajun spices, so it sort of disguises the
Right.
gator a bit there. But we actually ate it. Yeah, we ate it. But that was a fun time. That was a fun bar.
Yeah.
And then T-shirts. Oh my gosh, the T-shirts.
First, the wife down there. Oh yeah. But I took her down there and I told her about what we were saying about I call them closets. They got a little room connected to the bar, and you just walk up to the door. I want a drink, and I did it, and of course I got a grenade, and it was tough. And I'm walking down street with my wife with a grenade in my hand, drinking it. And then other people walking by with their grenades, and seen so many drunk people since college.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite bar. Well, we had I went to other places too. I think Pat O'Brien's was another one. Did you ever go to that one?
Lafitte's. Did you go to Lafitte's?
I don't recall. We went to so many, I can't remember them all, but I remember a couple of them though, like Paradise and Pat O'Brien's and stuff.
Pat O'Brien's, very excellent hurricane at Pat O'Brien's. Speaking of, hang on a second, but go to Lafitte's. Their hurricane is horrible. It's alcohol, has their own real flavor to it. What they specialize in is the purple drink. You've had ices before. What they have is got icing machines like in the 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
And it looks like a grape drink. And they serve it up. It's a lot of ice that's mostly frozen rum.
Oh, I like frozen rum. I like frozen rum.
Lafitte's. Plus you can go stop by the fireplace. By the way, Stephen, talking about Pat O'Brien's.
Yeah.
That's the wife and I and Pat O'Brien's.
Oh, okay. Did you get a lot of T-shirts? Because of all the T-shirts, man, I've never seen so many T-shirt shops.
Yes.
Yeah, very competitive there too with the T-shirts.
Froze again.
Oh, now we're back.
Froze again.
Holy
it's a cheap way to get a souvenir.
Yeah. Also, what about Marie Laveau's voodoo shop there too?
Oh, I want to go there.
You got to go there. Marie Laveau's voodoo shop. I've been to her tomb also at St. Louis No. 1 Cemetery.
Yes,
the oldest one. I got some crazy ectoplasm stuff going on over there too. Crazy shapes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Angel, you felt overwhelmed in a couple places because there's too many dead people there. New Orleans, the entire city has died on several occasions from various diseases because it's basically built in a swamp.
Yeah, it's built on a swamp.
And it's below sea level.
Yep.
It is below a lot of high points about 2 feet over sea level. But in their tombs, since you can't dig a hole without hitting water.
Yeah.
They can't bury you underground. So they bury you in the tombs. And the way they do the family tombs is they allow you to put a different body in the tomb every year. If it's less than a year since one of your wife died or your father died or whoever else is buried in the tomb, they hold it on ice until that body has decomposed for a year, and then they go in there, take the body's laying on, let it fall down inside the tomb to where all your other ancestors are scattered around, and then put your body in there and reseal the tomb. So you're sealed in the tomb
look like ovens.
top,
I just read something about that.
Where a
that-
few feet below you is all your relatives.
that's just not right. That's not right. But did you see where who is it? Nicolas Cage has a great big like pyramid.
Yes.
He's got an actual pyramid in one of those cemeteries down there.
Yes.
He's
also
got it already.
owned that.
Yeah, that's his tomb where he's going to be buried.
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to own that Madame Mallory's house there too. That was she's very cruel to her slaves.
Yeah, he owned it for a while.
Yeah, for a while, but then he became
He had to
bankrupt.
get rid of it.
Yeah, he did. But there's speculation that it may not be as haunted as it's previously claimed.
Oh, it's rather haunted. When I was down there, the wife caught a figure. Child spirits are attracted to my wife. They consider her a big nanny, and she saw a spirit of a little girl hanging around in one of the windows at the Lalaurie mansion, and I was just thoroughly creeped out at the place, and got some video and quite a few stills of it. Angel would completely freak out. There are spirits all over New Orleans, and you would be overwhelmed with ghosts on a cemetery tour, because some of those tombs are over 100 years old, and there's been a family body put in there at least every 5 or 10 years for 100 years. Entire families are in there.
Yeah. Well, see,
so you can imagine what's sitting in front of a tomb.
Yeah. Well, you know what though? I think the thing about Cody, Wyoming, why it was so overwhelming to me there, I wasn't expecting it at all. You know, you drive in, it's a quaint little, cute little town. Looks like somewhere I'm really gonna like to shop, and I'm not expecting all these people. You know, I had a scary day the day before that, you know, with some other apparitions, you know, that totally freaked me out. And I was still like on high alert. And then I just thought, I'm going to go and rest in this cute little town. And next thing I know, some dude's looking for his wife and I'm not her. And, you know, and it was just too much. So when I know I'm going somewhere like Gettysburg, man, there's dead people everywhere. And that doesn't bother me. You know, Antietam didn't bother me. I've been other, you know, places that you would expect there to be a lot of activity and a lot of dead people. It doesn't bother me because I've got my guard up kind of, you know, and I'm ready. I'm ready for it. So, but when you're not expecting it and all of a sudden it's like,
well, one place down there in New Orleans, I have not investigated yet. May investigate next October if I can talk Phoenix into it. Is the site of the Battle of New Orleans.
Oh, that would be really cool.
That would
be really cool.
Yeah, that's right across the river from the city.
Just be prepared. I'm going to be singing.
Oh, before I forget, in 1991, my first trip to New Orleans was a Richard Crowe tour. Richard Crowe took us out there, and they had a police officer, escort us to the St. Louis #1 cemetery because a lot of robberies happen in there. It's by a real poor, like a Skid Row type of thing, you know, the homeless and a lot of people that want to rob you.
That's not a good neighborhood. By the way, due to the fact that they've had people climbing the wall, and you saw the wall there, into the cemetery and defacing, and people going on the tours at a time and defacing stuff, you are only allowed there on a tour. You pay at the gate. It's a guided tour. You're not on your own. There's no, you know, let me pay $5 and go roam around the cemetery for an hour. There's none of that anymore. You're on a guided tour, or you don't go. You don't go in there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't understand that. Why
That's
do people
what's going on? And it's
why do people,
Stevens is familiar with this. is at
With
Bachelor's
what?
Grove. That's what caused all the issues at
Oh
Bachelor's Grove
yeah,
Cemetery, south of
Bachelor's Grove.
Chicago. What
I got a voice there.
was the people?
The
Was
last
the
time I
people
was there.
defacing it?
Yeah, yeah, that's very true. But just before we're ready to leave, I actually got a voice.
And a lot of the issues there.
Hmm. Well,
What
it's
did
a
it
lot
say?
better now. It's better now. I can say I was there about a year and a half ago or something, and it seemed to be okay at that time.
Yes.
Before that, it was really badly defaced.
People are just rude.
Yeah.
Well, that's it's better now because I kind of cleaned it out. They stopped a lot of the defacing. It was all local people. It seems for generations, to answer Angel's question, why do people do that? It was a right of manhood. If you were in high school, or especially if you were about to graduate high school, you had to go in there and tip over a couple of headstones and spend some time in there, maybe being a graffiti artist for a night to prove you're a man and you're worthy of graduation. It was just a rite of passage from locals, and the Forest Preserve has got to put a stop to it, and that's kind of cleaned it up. Plus, I got two of the more active daytime spirits, including the White Lady herself, Amelia Humphrey, to kind of move on, and instead of hanging around that cemetery, go see the world. She was coming there to see her firstborn child, Libby Mae Humphrey, who is still buried at Bachelor's Grove, but her spirit is no longer there playing a couple of siblings anymore during the daytime. Her and Amelia and the other children are actually going around and seeing places. They never really saw much in this country, and I suggested see the world, go to Europe. So they're touring.
They're on tour. Well, that's cool.
They're on tour. My idea. They're not there anymore. As far as I've heard, the only person that Amelia now will answer is Dale.
Yeah, Dale Kaczmarek.
Dale Kendall.
Huh.
If he goes in there and calls Amelia, she will answer him, but he is about the only person she will answer.
Wow.
Libby Mae, by the way, was Amelia's firstborn. She died 11 months, 4 days old in 1865. The reason she's buried in Bachelor's Grove is because her husband, John Humphrey, founded and was the first mayor of a nearby town, Orland Park, and they had a plot in Orland Park Cemetery. Of course, he founded the town. Very large plot. But the cemetery was not ready for burial until 1869. So when their firstborn child died in 1865, they had to bury her somewhere else. So they put her in Patrick, which was her maiden name, Amelia Patrick, in the Patrick plot in Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. Which Stephen probably knows this. You walk in the front gate of Bachelor's Grove, and you get about not quite halfway through the cemetery, and they've cut it down, but used to be an old forked tree, one of those with two trunks to it that fused at the bottom, sitting there. And in front of that tree, you had the Patrick stones. There was two stones. One, the base stone is really tilted. Then you have their stone, and then the very top of the stone that people kept moving. But the middle stone, the Patrick name on it, and if you look at it closely, some of the names of the people that's buried, there's about 8 to 10 people buried in that plot. And when in the 80s, when they closed Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, and they put out to all the people they could find of people buried there to come exhume their relatives and move them to active cemeteries. Well, that was only about half the people were exhumed. There was over 400 people buried in Bachelor's Grove. By the way, Angel, for your information, this is a 1-acre cemetery. And at one one time there were 100 people buried there.
How do you fit them all?
Half of that.
They
Well,
must have
they
buried
were
more
in plots like the
people.
Patricks. They had 8, 10 people in a small plot, side by side, right there in the same plot.
Yeah.
Some of the others have had multiple people in a very small plot, just literally, and they exhumed about half the people there. So there's still over 200 people buried in Bachelor's Grove, even though the county denies it. And there are some people, certain psychics, the explanation, the quotation marks there are intentional, say that there's nobody buried there, that they were all exhumed. But the Patricks and the Humphreys were locally a dead in the 80s. There was no Patricks or Humphreys living there. The Patrick family died out. The Humphreys,
So there's nobody. There's
mostly
nobody to
moved
move them.
away.
Yeah.
So that's why the Libby May is still there with her aunts, uncles, and cousins, the Patricks, because nobody from the Humphrey family wanted to come from California or Florida to exhume Libby May, and the Patricks were all gone. They were Patricks. So
yeah.
that whole group is still there.
Huh. That's
And
pretty
that's
cool.
just some of the things that if you want to do some research on it, Angel, go to the site's still up, even though it's not being maintained. ThePathToBachelorsGrove.com.
Okay.
Lots of information about that location. Some of the history, some of the people buried there. Like I said, it's not maintained. The people who put it together are no longer really in the paranormal, not paying any attention to that site. But it's still up and got a lot of very relevant information. And I mean a tremendous amount of information.
Okay. I'll have to check it out.
If you like reading
I
about the
love-
paranormal.
Yeah, I love cemeteries. Love the history about them. And I think, like, where my great grandfather is buried, and my great grandmother, they're buried in this one huge cemetery, but he's buried way up on the hill on the right side because he was Catholic. And she's buried on the far end of the other side of the cemetery because she's Greek Orthodox. They weren't allowed to be buried together. They had to be buried separately.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
That's just like one of them weird religion things. But
Well,
yeah,
hey, Angel, if you ever go to Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, you've got to park over by Rubio Woods, and you can't do it at night. You can only be there until the park closes, and then you have to walk down this real long drive. You have to walk it, and
Cool.
before you get to the cemetery.
About a quarter mile.
Yeah, at least.
About a quarter mile.
You get your exercise.
I'm not scared to walk.
And you're walking down the what remains of an old highway.
Oh, that's
And,
cool.
there's been talk about old cars, Model Ts going down the road that people saw. I never saw it personally. You got the disappearing house that appears there. I never saw that, although I talked to people that swore they did. And by the way, you're talking to one of the very few people, because I talked to a lot of people that said, I spent the night in Bachelor's Grove. I said, what hours were you there? Oh, we got there about 1 o'clock. I said, that's not spending the night. You were there from 1 o'clock to 4, just 3 hours. You're talking to one of the few people who ever spent the night in that cemetery.
Oh, cool.
My wife dropped me off. I had no car to go to. Dropped me off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and picked me up at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wow.
No car, no cell phone, alone.
That's cool.
in a haunted
You're my new
cemetery.
hero.
Did you get anything out of it? Did you get any hits?
Uh, well, you know how Bachelor's Grove is. Meters don't work there. I saw a male tick once, one tiny light flash, one little tick. I saw a K2 light flash once in there, flash for half a second. That's all the meter activity I've ever seen in Bachelor's Grove. So meters, people say, well, you got two cell phone towers there a quarter of a mile away. Of course, it's going to light up meters. I said, it doesn't light up meters. It's quite the opposite. You don't even go in there with a meter. Don't waste your time. Don't risk dropping the meter. You're not going to get anything.
Yeah.
What you get is EVPs, and you can get stuff with a ghost box or an echo box, something like that. You can carry on conversations that way, but don't even bother with a meter. The only reason to carry a K2 meter down there is to prove cold spots. That's the only use it has. It's got if you've ever looked at a mel meter, it's got that thermometer on there that gives you the temperature tense that sits there and flicks the whole time, because temperature is not constant. If you got any kind of air movement, if you're outside, you got air movement. The temperature is going to change of a degree ever so often. So that's the only reason you have a mel meter for. And if you got a thermometer that works like the mel meter, don't take your mel meter. Just take your thermometer and check, because I once found a cold spot that was on a almost 70. It was 60 some odd degrees, and the spot, we measured it, was below 40 degrees, and that cold spot held still, and it was the size of a refrigerator for about 30 to 40 minutes, stationary, never moved, and just finally faded away. This was the size of a full-size side-by-side refrigerator. Didn't go all the way to the ground. It was like a. You've had that before?
I mean, I've had, the fluctuation in temperature, but quick, you know what I mean? Like a minute, but nothing drastic. I mean,
this was almost 30 minutes.
Wow.
And you know how big with a double door refrigerator. We're talking about 3.5 feet across.
Yeah.
And if you go to the ground, it was a normal temperature. It was like a refrigerator floating, and you had this cold spot just maintained. And it dipped down. The temperature varied a little bit. It would go up to about 42, 43 degrees. Remember, it was 67, 68 outside.
Wow.
And a couple of times to right at 32 degrees.
Holy cow.
At some points, it was half the temperature of the surrounding area.
That's amazing.
And this is what cool. Stephen and I were talking about. There's a lot of weird stuff. Richard Crowe investigated that. He couldn't go in there at night. He would stay on a nearby bridge over the highway and would just watch stuff go on in that cemetery.
Huh.
Dale has been back there many, many times, including a couple of approved all-night investigations. And that when Ghost Adventures went in there, they caused all kinds of little trouble. It's kind of hard to get in there.
Mm-hmm.
They don't approve everybody. Probably the only one that's going to get approved for an all-night investigation in there. Because they still got a bad taste in their mouth from Ghost Adventures, and hell, that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, I don't really.
I had to cover up for Ursula Belsky. Stephen, you know Ursula, right?
Oh yeah, I met her once, in fact, in person. Yeah.
I had to cover her ass for the Ghost Adventures investigation, for some reason, she said, the Ghost Adventures is in Bachelor's Grove this weekend. And quickly deleted that post, but it was out there. So I just came in there and said real quick, I said, Bachelor's Grove is unavailable this weekend. Ghost Adventures is not there. I lied on social media. Big deal there. Everybody does that. I said, but I will lead a tour down there at no charge if y'all want to come down next weekend. Just try to get people instead of down there. Oh my God, look at him. So I had to cover for that. That was a crazy time. Angel, for your information, Bachelor's Grove is a cemetery that wants to be owned. The county denies they own it, even though the last owner of the place willed it to the county.
Yeah.
And it wants an owner. If you go in there very much, the more you go in there, the more you want to go in there, and it starts creating that you want to own the place. That you want to go in there and say, this place is mine.
Yeah.
Almost all of the paranormal people that spent much time in there, they want to be the sole person to run tours in there. And a lot of people have said, this place is mine, or I run this place. I'm the caretaker of this place, and you got to do what I say and not do what I tell you not to do. Although there is no such person. No person can tell you that. This is mine, or I run this place. There is no such person.
There's no such person.
But you have a lot of people trying to do that. Yeah, one guy was climbing trees. And when they'd walk in there with a tour, he said, he's lying. Or that's not true. From 30 feet up a tree.
Oh my. He got way too much free time.
Yeah, and but he's a little bit crazy. If he sees this, I'm not mentioning his name, but he knows what I'm talking about. He's a little bit crazy. There was at one point the Forest Preserve, which owns all the surrounding. If you don't know what a Forest Preserve is, they basically reserve a big section of woods. I'm not talking about hundreds of acres for locals to walk through. And this is the path that used to be the old highway that runs right in front of the cemetery is a hiking park and a jogging park for a lot of the locals.
Yeah.
But where was I going?
About the crazy man in the tree.
Own it, but they want to deny the fact that they owned it. They try to keep them out of there. And a lot of people, well, the Forest Preserve first wanted to put cabins across the path from the cemetery for people to rent overnight. Make a little money. It's they're hurting for Cookie is all but broke. The city of Chicago is all but broke. Their police pensions, last I heard, were getting close to 10% funded. Means it's and my mother-in-law was a city employee. They had already came to her after she retired and said, well, we need to cut back a little bit on your pension so we can guarantee your pension the rest of your life. And the union had to agree to cut a penny or two out of every dollar less of the pension they would get per month.
Oh my.
And the police, this is going to be a huge scandal when it hits. The city employees pension is only about 20-30 Chicago. The police pension's worse. Sooner or later, the police are going to have to sign their paper agreement to where they may get only 90 cents of every dollar they were promised in pension, or they won't get anything. And if they refuse to sign it as a union, they say, well, we can't afford to pay everybody's pension, so anything. And that's when the police are going to have a blue day, where they just don't show up. Of course, the criminals, knowing this, the day it happens, are going to go absolutely bonkers. Chicago is going to be torn apart in one night.
Yeah.
So that's keep an eye on Chicago. But back to the Forest Preserve, they won't raise a little money. Everybody money. That's why we're not there. That's why I'm sitting in Arkansas today, because taxes are already too high. Our property taxes were $2,800 for every 6 months for the house we owned up here. Right, we pay $198 for a year in property tax here in Arkansas for 4 acres.
Wow, man. Well, Pennsylvania's
yes, and $200 a year. And the taxes on our car are the little sticker we put on our car is about $30 per year. In Chicago, it's hundreds of dollars. Plus, you got to have a little parking sticker to park anywhere in the city, even in front of your own house. You got to have a sticker, and you had to pay for that. Which is, like I said, while my little butt sitting here in Arkansas right now. But anyway, they were going to build these cabins so they could make a little money. They had several paranormal people try to reserve the cabins. The land wasn't even cleared. They hadn't cut down a branch or a tree or anything for these houses. And you had every paranormal tour guide in Chicago fighting each other, trying to reserve those cabins.
And they're not even built yet. Yeah.
For every weekend. And they were arguing so much that the Forest Preserve said, forget about it. And the cabin not been built. They said they never will be. Because of tour guides in Chicago that were insisting on paying up front to rent those cabins, 2, 3, 4, however many they were going to build, and renting each one of them for Saturday and Sunday every weekend for the first year they were there.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Absolutely insane.
They could build bunk houses. Lots of
because the Forest Preserve tries to keep low the hauntings that are there, because they know that people will be drawn to, and they almost have people patrolling that place.
Yeah. Well, that's like Gettysburg. If you ask somebody who works for the Park Service, if you ask one of the guides or whatever, they'll tell you it's not haunted. I've never seen it. Then you get them off to the side and they'll be like, let me tell you about what happened to me. But yeah, for the biggest part, they're not allowed to, discuss anything, and then the park is closed from dusk till dawn every day.
They do give you a 30-minute grace period, though. They do give you 30 minutes.
If they catch you out there on the field, though, after dark, your butt's had. Yep.
The Forest Preserve doesn't play games at Bachelor's Grove. They will sit there, and right at dusk, when you're supposed to be off the Forest Preserve property, they will sit there in the parking lot that Stephen was talking about earlier at Ruby Hill Woods. They will pull in there and block the drive with their car right at dusk, and they will give everybody who walks up to their out a $75 ticket.
Well, it's easy money. Quick, easy money.
Yes.
Yeah.
One guy I knew that he was a local that liked to go in there and just hang around the cemetery at night. He was in there one night, and a couple of the nighttime patrolman from the Forest Preserve called him over to the gate and said, "We're going to give you a ticket." He said, "You can't give me a ticket in the cemetery because you don't own this. The county owns it." He said, "Well, we'll just wait for you to step out." And they just stood there and looked at each other. Finally, the two Forest Reserve rangers got tired of standing there looking at him, reached in, grabbed his belt, drug him out of the gate, and the second his foot hit the outside of the gate, $75 ticket.
Ah, yep. Yeah, they'll give you a big
That
fine.
night that I was there, I spent the night there. They didn't see me, but the Forest Reserve Ranger that was there saw me walk out of the place at 8 o'clock in the morning. And so they couldn't see me is because I was dressed all in dark. And I also had, I don't know if Stephen knows this or not, where I went to school. You can look this up too. It's Troy University in Alabama. Troy University still is a little bit, but was a big military school. They had their annexes and most of the military bases here and some in Germany. And I went to the location in Fort Benning, Georgia, which meant that Fort Benning, Georgia is the home of the Rangers, which meant I got my primary degree in business administration, but I got a second, and everybody's got the second, what they took. Mine, in theory, should be economics, but in actuality, I got a second in Ranger School.
You got second in being a sneaky mofo. Covert missions.
Yes, in full grease paint. And you've all seen the movies, right? Where they got all the face covered and their hands covered. I had all my hands covered all the way down to my fingers, and wrist up to about here, and the whole face was covered in grease, dark grease paint. A little bit of gray in my beard I covered with dark brown. I could stay, and I went on a intentional no moon night. The moon was, time it got dark, the moon was sinking down. It was just a thin crescent, and then it was gone. There was nothing but starlight and a little bit of light residual from the highway. Basically, you literally, even after being in the dark for a couple hours, you could not see your hand here. And I was there using IR. Well, I was using full spectrum camera, which saw IR light, and had lit the place up with IR light. You basically had to have night vision goggles to see what I was doing.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody got on the bridge and fired up an IR camera where they could see that light, would have seen a very brightly lit cemetery. Because I got several very powerful lights, battery operated, that were lighting the place up. And you could have seen me walking around. But there was a group come in about 1 o'clock in the morning, a paranormal group and walking in there, they could not see me. And because I'd been in darkness for hours, I could see them vaguely.
Yeah.
One guy got separated from the group, and I had a bright flashlight, and they saw the equipment there and said, "Okay, come out. We're not the Rangers. We're the good guys. We know." I saw the leader was a little bit separated, a few yards from the rest of them. So I jumped right in his face. And when I said right in his face, I got right here. Did you? Looking for his wife? And I said, "Who the hell are you? And what the hell do you want?" He almost peed his pants. And then when he finally got his bearings, he said, because what I did with the flashlight, I turned it on, put my hand over it, and flashed it, and his entire team, remember he was several yards away, blinded his entire team by shining a light for a second in front of their eyes. They couldn't see their eyelids. And I got right in his face. And he said, how the hell did you do that? I'm an active duty Marine. How did you come out of nowhere? He said, if you'd had a knife in your head, you could have stabbed me 3 or 4 times. I never would have seen you. Because I walked, when I moved toward him, I was several yards away from him. And I basically did kind of a running, leaping thing. It's weird. If you want to cross an area, close an area between 2 people, you kind of jump and you land on your toes, jump again and propel yourself and land on your other toes, and you can cross a 10-foot room in basically 1 step. You jump, touch toes, you jump, you've covered 10 or 12 feet, and your toes have touched once halfway, and then when you landed. And that's what I did with him. And since I landed on my toes, he didn't hear me.
You're like a cat.
He had no idea I was there. Basically like a cat. And he was absolutely right. I could have stabbed with a knife or my pinky, and he would not have known it till he got touched, till I said something. Because I was basically in the darkness. I was invisible. You had to shine a light directly on me to see me. And that's how I got away with it. I was almost hoping I would be caught, because what I want to do is get on the public record that the county did on the cemetery. And then I was going to say, well, according to county information, there's nobody buried here. It was entirely exhumed. So you cannot get me for being, according to Illinois law, you're not supposed to be in any cemetery after dusk.
Yeah.
I was going to say, well, it's not a cemetery if people aren't buried here.
Exactly.
So are you saying there's people actually buried here? You want to put that on court record? I've had a little bit of attorney training too. When you're 66 years old, you get training in a lot of things.
Not to change the subject, but did you ever realize that people hear EVPs differently than others? Often.
Mm-hmm.
One example is that when I got that one from the basement of the lady, her place is pretty haunted there, and Marionette Park, where there are a lot of cemeteries around there, a lot of cemeteries. Anyway, when I asked the spirit down in her basement there, do you know who the president of the United States is? And the reply was, I don't even know. So, but when I played it for Dale Kaczmarek, he said, it said Trump. Now, how does that happen? The other one spoke a whole sentence, but all Dale heard was Trump. And a lot of other people heard my EVPs differently too. A lot of them heard what I heard, but there's others that heard something completely different. What's your take on that?
Who? Which one? Mine?
Oh, any of you.
Well, have you ever seen those things like online where you only hear what you see or whatever? I think it depends on what your brain wants you to hear. Really?
I guess.
Because you ever
regarding that, Angel, Dale Kaczmarek is a Democrat and probably a little bit more liberal than I am in his political standings. And he would not look to hear the name Trump. In fact, would probably not want to hear the name Trump. So if he heard the name Trump, that would be weird.
That would be weird.
Because you could just about say Trump to Dale Kaczmarek's face. He's not going to hear you.
Yeah. I don't
Stephen
know.
knows what I'm talking about. Dale is a big progressive.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
I don't know Trump's name. being said by anybody would be weird.
Yeah. Oh, there's people I know that all they can say is their hatred toward Trump. You know, that's all you hear from them. Say, okay, you know, what am I going to say about it? You know, if that's what they want to believe, that's fine. You know, I don't care either way.
The only thing I ever say is they're all liars and
Well,
thieves.
I don't get into politics. I
Don't
don't get into
matter.
politics here because
Nope.
I, I don't believe that up in politics, and I know more about politics than almost anybody I know. And I have grown up in politics. I've known mayors. I've had conferences with mayors. I was appointed by a mayor, head up an Olympic committee in my hometown in 1992. I have actually met and talked with Carter, President of the United States, because I used to watch wrestling matches with his mother, Lillian Carter. So I have been heavily involved in politics all my life. I don't discuss it with anybody. But I've just the only reason I brought it up was because I know how Dale is.
For him to hear the word Trump, that I
recognize.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, somebody who was a real Trump fanatic might hear Trump said any recording you show them or let them listen to, they may hear the word Trump. But Dale would not be one of those people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was strange, then, considering that.
Because he was definitely not obsessed with Trump at all. It would be very strange. Now, some people, like I said, would hear Trump, and no matter what you played them, play a Beatles record, and they'll probably pour Trump in it somewhere. But not Dale Kaczmarek.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him. Because I played it for him, and because I asked him, you know, what do you think he said?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that happens.
No,
I mean,
to your point, Stephen, I was in Bachelor's Grove, and we was talking to Amelia Humphrey, the spirit. By the way, Angel, she's the white lady of Bachelor's Grove.
Okay.
The old picture that Dale's group that's been shown on Ghost Adventures and several other places. The white lady sitting on the stone, the most well-known ghost picture ever taken. If you Google it, ghost picture laid on stone, boom, there's the picture that Judy Huff took while she was a member of Dale Kaczmarek's group. And what, 1992, Stephen?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what Dale told me.
And yeah, I think it was 1992.
Yeah.
But we were talking with her by Echovox, and a guy asked her who was the captain of the Titanic. This is a lady who died in 1882, I believe.
Yeah.
And is asked about a ship that sank in what, 1912?
Yeah, 1912.
1913. 1912, 1913, somewhere along there. The reason he asked the question, he knew who the captain was. He's a little bit of a Titanic freak. She named the captain of the Titanic in the year it sank.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
So, how do they know stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what my sister would have said to that, right? Demons know everything.
Demons know everything.
Yeah, demons know everything about everybody, everything on earth. Demons know. But she kept harping on that. I said, yeah.
That is cool.
Yeah. The same guy once asked. We were at the Stephen. You may or may not remember this, but at the 100th anniversary of the Eastland sinking. This is just a few months before I left Chicago. We were at the cemetery, Bohemian National Cemetery, where a lot of the people who died drowned in the Eastland. And that's another one you can look up, Angel. It's another big the death toll was almost the same as the Titanic that happened a year before. This happened a year after Titanic. A ship flipped over in the Chicago River, middle of Chicago. Except with the difference with the Titanic, most of the people that died were crew. Most of the passengers survived. There wasn't that many passengers killed. On the Eastland, there was only about 15, 18 crew on the whole ship. So what mostly died, by far majority, was passengers. But he asked, well, a person that was on the Eastland who the president was. And the answer came back clear as day, Obama.
Whoa.
And remember, this is I moved down here 7 years ago. So this was during the Obama administration.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we all heard it clear as day. Obama. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's pretty cool.
what ghosts learn.
They do. Well,
Minnie
that's what I'm
May
saying.
died at 11 months. But
And
Minnie
that
May
was the
died
group that was.
11 months and 4 days old.
But that was from that.
She
The
can
Western
talk and carry on the
Electric
conversation.
Company. Yeah, the Western Electric Company, that they had
Yes,
that outing, and
you're
that's
correct.
those are the people. My ex-girlfriend's great grandparents they died in that disaster.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, her great grandparents.
Angel is talking about the Western Electric Company chartered 2 or 3 ships for a big company picnic. The Eastland was the largest ship, and everybody wanted on the Eastland. And to put more people on board, far more than she was capable of carrying, the captain emptied the ballast tanks. Now, I don't know if you know anything about how a ship operates, but every ship has to have ballast tanks in the very keel of the ship, very bottom of the ship, or water tanks. That's what keeps the ship upright.
That's what keeps
Empty
it afloat.
the water out of those tanks, she's going to flip on you because it's top heavy.
Yeah. Yep.
What he did was he emptied the ballast tank so it could cross Lake Michigan, and hopefully with the weight of the passengers, keeping it upright.
Yeah.
But of course, that made it top heavy. The reason the Titanic was mentioned is because after the Titanic sinking, they demanded of that regulation said you had to have a lifeboat for everybody on board. So every ship had to have lifeboats added to it. And what happened, the only way to put it on the Eastland was on the top deck.
So then that made it even heavier.
Lifeboats at the time were, of course, wooden. Yeah. Added tons, a couple of tons for each lifeboat to the top deck of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
So it made it even heavy. So all of a sudden, the ship was literally going 18, almost 20 degrees one way or the other.
Yeah.
And they were trying to move the crowd back and forth to keep it upright. Then it would stop, kind of get its balance, and then would start tilting again. And it started toward the river. And they tried to get the crowd to move to the other side real quick, the shore side of the ship. And it was too late. They couldn't climb up the floor because it tilted so far that the floor had become a wall, and over she went, boom.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And you had a couple thousand people drown in 15, 18 feet of water.
Mm.
And they took most of the bodies to the Oakboro Winfrey studio, because it was an armory before.
Yes, it
and
did.
That's why Oprah Winfrey's studio was
the old
haunted.
armory. Yes,
and there was another place.
But
they took some over to that.
Let anybody in there.
Hmm. Yeah, Oprah didn't want to be there at night because she's afraid of ghosts.
No, she admitted it was haunted. She said she saw ghosts down there, but she wouldn't let Dale or Richard Crowe or anybody else. And Richard Crowe, I think, asked her several times to go in there. She had as money as God does, still does. So Richard could not negotiate with her
No.
for a cash deal. She could have made hundreds of dollars, because going in there with just trying to contact Easton survivors alone in Ophir Studios, Richard could have charged $60 per person, took in 30, 40 people on a Saturday night, and gave half the money. Oprah and still made a huge profit.
Yeah.
Sure. Exactly.
But Oprah didn't need the money. But strange situations. That's some of the stuff I figured out. I only lived in Angel. I only lived in Chicago 14 and a half years. But the studying the paranormal.
Oh, we lost Len.
Whoa.
Oh, there you're back.
You're back.
Then that
Nice,
Jamie,
back.
Jamie Adams Hull House too. Devil Baby.
There's also a man while the second, but they found one out in California, and there's one down south somewhere around in the New Orleans area where there's a mass grave that's a little bit bigger. But you had that prison camp just north of Soldier Field, where between 4,000 and 6,000 people died from 1862 through 1865. And they're buried in Oakwood Cemetery, a cemetery on the south side of town, in a mass grave. They dug a circle. They found a small hill, and they dug a circle and put they exhumed them where they were buried in City Cemetery. They wanted to move them because they were going to close City Cemetery. Loaded them up into wagons, took them out to Oak Woods, buried them in that circle, so the coffin side by side in a circle, filled up the circle, covered them up, went about 8 feet, just barely enough space, so that you have a little wall of dirt from the circle they already dug, and started putting them side by side in this circular ditch, filled it up, covered them up, moved out about 8 more feet, dug another circular ditch, and went all the way around again before the wagons stopped bringing coffins out there to be buried.
Oh, wow.
Later in life, the Daughters of the Confederacy built a granite memorial to them. It started sinking, so they had to get a base made of Georgia granite, imported from Georgia. Part of Stone Mountain, or one of his sisters. Stone Mountain was not the only Stone Mountain down there. Atlanta is built on Georgia granite. There was 7 or 8 mountains like Stone Mountain. The rest of them got quarried. All that stone's in downtown Atlanta, and a couple of tons of it is in Chicago in Oakwood Cemetery, holding up that Confederate memorial, recognizing they've only got 4,300 names, but they say there's about 6,000 people buried there.
Well, didn't that
in this prisoner war camp in Camp
Yeah,
Douglas.
but didn't Camp Douglas, didn't it catch on fire too? It caught on fire and a lot of them burned. If you look it up, it caught on fire and a bunch of them.
It did catch on fire a couple of times. Real history of it was written up by George Levy. To Die in Chicago is the name. That's book, I think, is available on Amazon if you wanted to look at that. Look at that.
But it was worse.
George
than
Levy, To Die in Chicago, tells the whole story.
Yeah, Camp Douglas was worse than Andersonville. But of course, nobody gets to hear about it because it's a northern prison, not a southern prison. And the guy that ran Andersonville, the Wirtz guy, was the only guy that was actually held responsible for any kind of crimes against prisoners of war and stuff, and was put to death because of it, But what about the other ones, Yes. They were just as bad.
The one in Chicago, because of all the deaths and the misery down in Georgia, copied them, and there were fresh veggies and fruits people were selling across the street from Camp Douglas. He refused to go over there and buy any, refused to have a Sutter store inside prison. So the prison, and intentionally infecting almost the entire camp with scurvy on purpose.
Yeah.
Because of the atrocities down at the prison camp in Georgia. And by the way, I'm one of the few people who's actually been to both locations.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I've been
Yes.
I travel all over the place. To Civil War sites and stuff. I've seen at Andersonville. I've never been to Camp Douglas. Never seen that, but Andersonville. But it's
Camp Douglas is not even marked. You've got to know where it is.
Not. Yeah.
You've got the Restoration Society, and they'll work with you. In fact, when I did investigation there, negotiated with the city of Chicago for 2 years. If you can imagine me talking to the city of Chicago for a while. Told you I was a little bit familiar with politics. But I talked with them and got permission for 2 investigations. One of Camp Douglas site, which a lot of it's a public park now, and City Cemetery, which is a public park, Lincoln Park. And you got the Lincoln Park Zoo right there, which is, Stephen may remember, when they dig, every time they dig in Lincoln Park, dig and put a new lion cage in or whatever, they find bodies. Because City Cemetery, everything's crooked in Chicago. When the guy that was paid to move the graves out of City Cemetery, he got paid. He built out a bunch of some old wood, a bunch of caskets, put rocks and dirt in them, and say, this is the body. Go take it to the new cemetery, buried the coffin or casket, depending on what the original person was supposedly buried in, and buried that in the new grave. And the bodies were left in, collect the money, and the bodies were left in the cemetery. He'd move the headstones.
Wow.
Ursula Belsky has done more study of this area than I did. And she estimates there's close to 4,000 people still buried under a public park in Chicago, Lincoln Park.
Wow. Well, that's just like Gettysburg. There's a couple.
And
there's a couple mass graves still
in
the park. There's still like 3 or 4 mass graves still in Gettysburg, and they're Confederate graves. One is Iverson's Pits. One's over on Railroad Cut. The other's another one that's over towards the Rose Farm, and one by the Bliss Farm. And it was just, they just dug big pits and stuck them in there.
I'm surprised that we didn't get any EVPs from Iverson Pits, because there, definitely bodies still buried there, unmarked graves.
Well, you know what, though? It was really windy that day. It was so windy.
Yeah.
Every time we went outside to try to do anything.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember.
It was that outside wind noise, and even if something was trying to communicate with us, Mother Nature was making so much racket, we wouldn't have been able to hear her anyways.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a problem with Echovox, too, because it picks up sounds we supposedly can't hear.
Yeah.
Except on a windy day, it's the same thing getting an EVP. You have a microphone picking up sounds we can't hear, and when it throws it out in a frequency we can hear, basically all you will hear is a wind noise.
Yep. That's why it's so hard to investigate outside unless, it's a clear, windless day.
It is. It's very hard.
There's so much.
That's what I like about the bed and breakfast. It's indoors. It's more quiet. You get your occasional traffic noise and stuff. But if you do it late at night when the traffic's not so bad, that's ideal. Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. I mean, I love outdoor investigations and stuff, but there's so much that, birds, animals, frogs, you hear a frog in the background. Somebody's going, did you hear that growl? No, it was a bullfrog, and so unless you can
Yeah.
be smart enough to debunk all that, it's just too hard.
Oh man, we had the loudest cricket down in the basement of the Catstown Inn. Oh man, I couldn't get a decent EVP down there if you tried. I was ready to shoot that cricket if I had a gun. I say, shut up, cricket. Jeez, I'm trying to do an EVP here.
Yep, a stupid cricket.
Maybe it was a ghost cricket.
You ever see the movie? Yeah. They actually did put this in a movie. I'm trying to think of the name. It was a Val Kilmer movie. Top Secret. They were sneaking up, trying to break into a prison. And they show this one scene. They're gathered around, ready to sneak into the place. They're just waiting on a herd of cows to walk by. And all you hear is chirping. That's it. Nobody was moving. Nobody was making a sound. There was no overlay, no music, no nothing. All you heard was this cricket. So this one big dude gets this huge mallet and hits the ground with it. So that's what Stephen wanted to do to this cricket.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yep.
Oh, those darn crickets. I don't know.
Yeah, birds.
Yes. What I was going to say, Stephen was talking earlier about Archer Avenue, which if you look on a map, Angel, of Chicago, there's a couple of streets that are Chicago's set on a grid. Everything's north, south, east, west.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of them that are angled that are at a slant. They're going at angles, not the 90 degrees.
Yeah.
They are the original roads going into the Chicago area. They're old Indian trails, literal walking highways. And Archer Avenue is built on top of that, which is also on top of a ley line.
Oh.
I'm sure that means something to you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Archer Avenue is built on a ley line. Resurrection Cemetery, Chet's Melody Lounge, Maple Lake, the Irish Legend, a haunted place, and the cemetery right in the back of Irish Legend. They used to be connected by a tunnel. All that there on Archer Avenue, that's on a ley line. Another nearby cemetery there's three cemeteries kind of really close together called Archer Woods. And I debunked Archer Woods by the reason you mentioned a few minutes ago. That's what reminded me of it. There's a creek running by Archer Woods behind it. Mm-hmm. And you can't see it. You've got about a 10-foot drop to the creek. And you got to walk through woods to get there. And it's not the easiest place to go to. If it's rained recently, you're going to find yourself knee deep in mud just trying to get to the creek.
Yeah.
And because almost the whole cemetery floods when it rains real hard. But the creek, of course, is full of frogs.
And they can make the weirdest
people were
noise.
swearing up and down. They were hearing a woman. The whole thing was a woman crying.
Mm-hmm.
And what they were hearing was a bullfrog.
Hey, another thing that will make you think you're hearing people talk is fox. Red fox. When they're chattering at each other, it sounds like people talking.
Stomach noises too.
Oh, you and your stomach noises.
Really?
Yeah, mine can speak. Mine can speak.
Yep. There's a lot of fox on Gettysburg Battlefield, but we have them around our house big time. And you can go out and sit on the porch and you swear to God there's somebody in the yard talking, and it's fox. And they were out there, and it sounds like people talking. Okay. Yep.
Wow.
They're crazy.
Oh, about fox. If you have two of them, is that two fox, or is it foxes?
I don't. It's fox, right?
I think it's foxes, I thought.
No, you can't pluralize fox. It's fox.
I don't know.
Right?
How about texts?
That don't count, Stephen. You know what you call a bunch of ravens all together?
Yeah, murder.
No.
Oh, no, that's crows. That's crows.
No,
Yeah, what is ravens?
it's called a kindness.
Oh. Now, I've seen a murder of crows, though.
Oh,
In fact, I saw a bunch of crows on the way. I saw crows on the way, that I almost hit. And I said, man, this is murder.
oh my gosh, look at this. Let me throw it up.
The lights, they burn. Oh no.
This is the wife. I left one of the kitchen lights on because I was going back there and make some sweet tea. Remember, I'm a Southerner. I make sweet tea.
Yeah.
So I was going back there and make some sweet tea tonight before we went to bed. And I left the kitchen light on, and it's still on. So that's why she's saying the lights, they burn.
I was getting ready to say,
Baby
holy
picture
smokes,
sitting
guys, you know what? It's getting really late. I need to get some beauty sleep.
You know what? I think this is the longest show you probably ever had.
That's why she's throwing that up. No,
it's our anniversary.
I actually once another hour. But although this had been at 2:16 is a 4-hour show, I think this is the second longest show I've ever done.
Well, I've had a fantastic time. I really enjoyed myself. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, same here. I had a great time.
Angel, you've been fabulous. Stephen, you've been fantastic as always.
Thank you.
I'd love to have you both again. We could sit here and literally talk all night. We almost have.
Yeah.
Anytime. Shoot me a
Right.
text.
Exactly.
Because we started chatting. we started chatting 4 hours and 16 minutes ago.
Wow.
According to the timer on here, according to the official timer on StreamYard, 4 hours and 8 minutes ago, we've been talking.
Wow. It is amazing. It really is.
It flies when you're having fun.
Fast.
Yes.
I had a great time. It's always nice to see you, Stephen. I'll see you when
Nice
you
seeing you too. It's been fun.
And I may have
It's been great fun. So always a pleasure to you.
And we got to do that Crescent Hotel one of these days. Yeah, we got to get the Crescent. And that's on my bucket list.
North Arkansas, it's about a 2-hour drive. By the way, if you come down here for the Crescent, that's also on Dale's bucket list, is to do the Crescent. It is just a few miles away from Pea Ridge. And you can look that up. It's a Civil War battlefield that was fought maybe 40, 50 miles from the Crescent, which is in Eureka Springs.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit of it in Missouri, a little bit of it in Arkansas. It was a battle where the Confederacy had the Union Army outnumbered about 2-1 and still lost the fight.
Yeah, they lost it.
Incompetence.
Yeah.
It was totally leadership incompetence.
Yeah.
So that if you come for the Crescent, you might as well come for Pea Ridge too.
You may as well.
They're not that far.
Yeah, I agree.
And
yeah, I agree.
Just bring a computer so you can download your evidence and then your EVP machines and any video instead, and download them on the computer, download them onto a external, so you got 2 copies, and then empty your cameras and start again and go to the Crescent or go over to Pea Ridge, whichever one you start with.
Yeah.
And hit those. And there's also another, I forget the name of it. There's also another haunted hotel in Eureka Springs other than the crescent. So if you hit the crescent, day and night, the crescent or two, then go over to the other hotel for a night or two and investigate that place also.
It sounds great. Definitely.
And if you want to come down for a Halloween treat, come down here for Halloween. Of course, Crescent's pretty filled up on Halloween. But if you come down here, they have open tours of the Allen House the night before Halloween and Halloween night.
Mm.
No, I gotta go to New Orleans.
And
I
her
gotta
son
come
Alan.
Remember, I gotta come to New Orleans and carry your equipment for you.
And don't forget to visit Marie Laveau.
We'll go to yeah, well, her and Gail are probably related.
Oh, really?
I ended up talking to Maria Laveau a lot. She's helped me out a lot. She's kind of my spirit guide because her and Gail are related. Gail her father can trace his roots down to Louisiana. That's where their family's originally from. And this is cool. Back to the slave times. The wife is descended from slaves, of course, on the other side. And we believe, get some speculative evidence that she is related to Marie Laveau. Because there's no reason for Marie Laveau to come to me.
Yeah.
And kind of act as a spirit guide for me.
Yeah.
And
I hear that the bayou
on the tour.
The bayou's haunted. Is that true though about the bayou? That's haunted too.
Of course it is.
I'm sure. Which one?
I'm sorry.
I live by Bartholomew. I said which bayou? There's several down in Louisiana that are quite haunted. I live by Bartholomew into Louisiana. About half of it is in Louisiana. And yeah, it was an Indian highway for years before white man got here. And then there was actually a fight over it. The Union ended the travel up and down the Bartholomew Bayou and sunk a steamship, a vital closed-in shallow place, and the Confederacy never could move it. Finally got it cleared out after the Civil War, and they sailed steamships within a quarter mile of my house up a 10.
Jeez.
So yeah, it's a little bit haunted. They're fixing to start cleaning it out. Louisiana pretty well cleaned their end of Bartholomew Bayou up, and they're about to start cleaning it here. I live 100 yards from the back door to a state park, to a lake, that artificial lake, where the bayou to a lake, and also Cane Creek is a real creek into this area. The creek ran into the bayou, and so they just put a dike there and backed up the water. So what they want to do is get where you can go to Pine Bluff if you want to, and kayak down the Bartholomew, and come down here to the state park, and either leave the kayak here or paddle on further down, and definitely get between this state park and Pine Bluff cleared out, so they can use it for recreation.
Well, I took the bayou tour, and that was
right here on
fun.
top of it.
The Cajun guy that did the bayou tour, he did the alligator thing.
Yeah, we went on the alligator tour and saw one alligator. We were down there in December doing this and saw an alligator, and put us right. He beached the boat partially and started screaming "suey, suey, suey," and we noticed a bag of corn at his feet. And next thing you know, we were by about 8 to 10 walks. And right in the boat, right at Gail's feet. And she, on a crowded boat, there was nowhere to slide to get out of its way. She had a wild boar within a foot of where her feet were. There was nothing but just a little bit of aluminum sheeting that made up the side of the boat we were on.
Ay, ay, ay.
Needless to say, she was a little bit nervous.
I'd be
Yeah.
nervous.
Yeah.
Those things are nasty.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to read people
Some of
to
the
return
adventures
to New Orleans.
I got her into. So do you? Yes.
All right. Well,
Got to go down there. Like I said, I could get Angel in Lafitte blacksmith shop, and we could sit there and open up Echo Vox or Ghost boxes. Just put earplugs in our ears, and we could sit there on a weeknight, especially later at night. There's not too many people in there, especially all
Yeah,
season.
I've actually been there at the
And we
blacksmith
could just sit there
shop.
by the
Yeah.
fireplace. And that place is quite haunted, especially around the fireplace. Lafitte kind of hangs around there, and some of the other spirits of the place hanging right around the fireplace. And that's the place you want to be. Now, of course, if you have too many, now their hurricanes are horrible, but they serve that grape drink I was talking about. It's basically a grape slushy that
Yeah.
tastes
Oh,
like
yeah,
a grape
yeah.
slushy. You got it
with the
7
frozen
Up,
rum. You had me a frozen rum.
except it's about it's about 3/4 rum. And after about 3 of those things, you won't realize you are drunk until you stand up and go to the bathroom. When you stand up and go to the bathroom, you're going to get about halfway and you're going to fall on your face.
Jeez.
And you,
So, you know,
you go in there to ghost hunt.
The blacksmith shop, isn't that
But,
has to do
you'll
with
end up-
pirates somehow?
Lafitte, yes. They supposedly made deals.
The pirate ghost.
Pirate Lafitte. He supposedly made deals. This is all speculation, can't be proven. But it was his idea. He told the British to attack New Orleans, and that if they took New Orleans, he could choke off a lot of the trade going up and down the Mississippi. And the British commander of the area said, that sounds like a darn good idea to me. We could cripple the United States and stop them from expanding west. So that's why he attacked. Lafitte went promptly to Andrew Jackson
Yeah.
and said, this is what the British are going to do.
This is
and
what
told
they're
him
doing.
when they were going to be there
Uh-huh.
and where they're
Yep,
going to
he jumped
attack.
across.
They're going to attack here at this time. And he went and gathered up an army, gathered up some cannon, drove the cannon through the swamps, got it there by that date, and was sitting there waiting on the British to come ashore and blew them to hell.
Yep. Yeah, and the funny thing is,
And
like,
that's
you
the
know,
part you're talking about, Stephen.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Pennsylvania. The United States had a strict no pirate policy, anti-piracy and everything. If you see them, you kill them, whatever. But then after Lafitte did what he did, they kind of folded them in, and that was really how, like, the United States Navy really got its big building and was mainly, a pirate fleet. Was mainly a pirate fleet that started the United States Navy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, he did hold up. John Adams was the originator of the U.S. Navy. Some of the other founding fathers didn't want. The first government we had didn't have any funding, and the second government, the Constitutional, didn't rate tax enough people to build a navy. We didn't have the money, but John Adams is the one that finally, during his 4-year term, started on the ship or two. And that's the only reason we had Navy in 1812.
Yeah.
And we still didn't have much. And most of it was on the East Coast. There was no Navy in the Gulf.
Yeah. And that's why, like I said, Lafitte, he was between him and Andrew Jackson, that's why the United States Navy got so big, was because of that battle. It was pretty much a pirate.
Yeah.
It was founded on pirates.
Yeah.
They
realized that if the pirates wanted to, and got enough of the pirates together to say, we're going to take over New Orleans and stop all trade on the Mississippi. And they also point that the British could have easily done it had Andrew Jackson not known that they were coming. They could have stopped all trade on the Mississippi. What's to stop Cuba or Spain or France or anybody else from coming in there and doing the same thing? They had nothing to stop them.
Yeah.
And there's why they built the U.S. Navy and kept building it.
Yeah.
Of course, now it's expensive. We're replacing all 11 of our fleet carriers, our super carriers, at the tune of $13 billion each, and that's just coming from the shipyard.
Yeah.
That's no planes. That's no nuclear fuel. That's no aero fuel. That's nothing but the ship. $13 billion. We've got one built that's in active service now. We've got 10 more to go. There's 3 being built. We're going to build 10 more total, and $13 to $14 billion without a person being on board, not with one single plane or anything else on board. And the F-35s, they want to put on all of those. I think they want to put about 18 of those on board, $85 million each. And they have 1,000 officers and crew each. 10 or 15, about 15 years ago now, they did a check. It was early 2000s, and the lubricants that one of our 11 carriers use in a day is $1 million, and about 2001, 2002 money.
Wow.
That's the lubricants. $1 million per carrier. Multiply that by 11. That was at the time probably close to $12 million a day used by our carrier fleet. Lubricants.
Holy cow.
We're the only country on the face of the earth who has more carriers. We're the only ones that can afford that.
Yeah. We really can't afford it, though. We just keep printing it out.
Well, we are one machine gun burst away from two all over again, except we're fighting against the Russians and the Chinese this time instead of the Germans and the Japs.
Yeah.
One machine gun burst. Korea is threatening, and if China hits Taiwan, we're at war, a shooting war. And if China hits Taiwan, North Korea is going to fly across the 45th parallel, just like they did in the early 1950s.
Yep.
So we'll be fighting on 3 fronts, because Russia is shipping, as we speak, a nuclear crew into Ukraine. If they nuke, we are at war. We've already said if they fire off as much as tactical nuke, we're at war. So we're just before going to war in Ukraine, and if we go to war in Ukraine, China is going to hit Taiwan, and North Korea is going to cross the border to South Korea, and we're fighting on 3 fronts.
Yep.
So we need all 11 carriers, and we may end up bringing a couple of the carriers, like the Enterprise, bringing it back out, even though they're building a new Enterprise, bringing the old Enterprise back out and refurbishing it, because China has some anti-carrier missiles, hypersonics. Mm-hmm. Your brother-in-law?
My brother-in-law was a master sergeant on the Enterprise before he retired. Yep.
You mean a Master Chief?
Yeah, he's a Master Chief. Sorry. My dad was Master Sergeant in the Air Force, but he was a Master Chief. He was in E3 on the Enterprise. He was 18 months.
E3? No, he was higher than an E3.
I don't know what he was then. Oh, I know. He was
E3's a
Master
sailor
Chief.
first
Everybody
class.
called him Master Chief. Master Chief Charlie White. Yep. He spent 18 months on that.
That would make him an E8, I believe, or an E9.
All I know is he got to the
Enterprise
highest
with a
he could
fine
get
ship. It was a
before.
one-off.
Yep. His wife didn't see
Probably
him
an
for
E9.
18
He was an
months.
E9. That's he was probably an E9. There's only one person over that, and that's an E10. And there's only one E10 in the Navy. There's only one E10 in the Air Force. There's only one E10 in the Army. And that way he can run all of the non-commissioned officers meeting. People have to say, okay, whatever you say goes because you're our superior. Because everybody else, you got two E9s, Master Chiefs in the Navy, in a room, and one of them trying to get order. Well, you can't tell me what to do. You're the same rank I am. You got to have one guy that's able to pull rank. And in a non-com meeting, no officers are allowed in the building. So you got to have somebody that's going to call the punches or whatever.
Yeah.
So there's one E10 in each of the services that does that. So he was up at E9, so that's as high as you can go outside of that one person. So
Maybe like
he
a
served
chief
on the
petty
Enterprise. She was a
officer.
fine ship. She was a one-off. Master Chief, you have one rank above a chief petty officer. You got the three chevrons. You got with chief. Then you got senior chief, master chief, and senior master chief. I believe is the way it goes.
Yeah. Well, he was only Master Chief. He wasn't.
You're
senior
getting
Master
up there,
and he could have went a little bit longer,
E9.
but
He was an E9.
They wanted to put him back on the ship and send him back out again once, and he said nope, because he was out there too long, and he didn't have to be out there. I mean, he was out there, and then he came back, and they said, "Well, we'll give you an up in rank and pay if you go back out right away, because we really need you." So he talked to his wife, and she said, "Well, go ahead and do it." So he did. So he was out there for 18 months and never saw his wife or kids. And then he came back, and he was home. He was back, and he was training in Virginia Beach for like 2.5 years. And he came to the end of his term, and they said, "Well, do you want to re-up again?" And he was going to, and they said, "But if you re-up, we're putting you back on the boat, and you're going to be gone for probably 6 to 8 months." He said, "Nope, I'm retiring." He said, "I'm not going back out there again." Nope. He's like, "I'm done." So he finally retired.
Time to go.
Yep.
Well,
and he joined as soon as he
could. Probably joined at 18.
Yep.
Had he wanted to negotiate, he might could have said, "Okay, let me take real quick the warrant officer test, and if you want me back on the ship, you're not going to put me in as a senior master chief. You're going to put me as a W01 or W." And he could have almost doubled his pension.
Yeah. Well, I think at that point of time, he was, as soon as they said, "We're going to put you on a boat," he was like, "Nope, ain't no way. There's no way." Nope.
What do they say nowadays? He was noping out of that real quick.
Yep, it was a big bag of nope.
All right, let's go on. Let's go on. Call it a night. I think we've been going for 4.5 now.
Yeah,
I said it was a pleasure talking. Stephen, I'd love to get you in the Crescent Hotel. That would be a hoot. And Angel, you and me in New Orleans would be a lot of fun. All I can say is maybe see if you can get down to New Orleans with your husband. I want to meet him.
Oh, yeah.
Next October.
Okay. All right. I'll see what I can do.
Because uh, I gather he doesn't do the paranormal thing with you.
Oh no, he does. He does. He goes and help. He
Oh, he
just.
does?
Oh yeah, he'll do it with me. He just does is not
Okay.
as vocal about it as I am. He just goes to make sure the boogeyman don't get me. He
Right.
likes my cooking too much. So
And, yeah. And wants to make sure you don't run off with some hot guy like me.
yeah, that too.
All right. Well,
All right,
y'all
Len.
have a great night. Steven, it's been a pleasure.
You too.
Angel,
Thank you.
we got to get together sometime. This has been a lot of fun. There was people watching the show almost the whole time. I think they all went to bed, so I think it's time we did too.
All
Yes.
right. All right. We'll see you later. Have a nice night, guys.
Besides, I'll be honest. I had after 4.5 hours of drinking sweet tea, I got to pee really, really bad.
Hey, I'm going to double that. So, all right. Good night, guys.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, buddy. Uh, uh, we had 2 hour show, then 2.5 of overtime. That's two shows we've had tonight. I think it's about time we went ahead and went to bed myself. I think the wife would want me to turn off the lights and come to bed. Remember one more time, one thing we were talking about was Phoenix Jansen. She's on Facebook. Look her up. New Orleans Fear Fest Paracon 2023. That's what Angel and I were discussing, meeting at and doing some investigating. Maybe go to the Battle of New Orleans site and do some investigating down there during the Fear Fest Paracon. The weekend it will be held, and the location will be announced probably next couple of months, and they get all that nailed down. Chairwoman Phoenix is a very intelligent person. She's probably in process now of nailing all that down, and that's what we were just discussing. Going to there's some of the other groups involved. You have all these other people, Parallax, Parapost, Paranormal Swap Investigations as one of the funniest paranormal podcasts on the air. These are all good groups. They all have funny shows, informative shows. So they're going to be down there, and they're sponsoring the event. I'll probably just have a table, and it's going to be a hoot. So when we start announcing it, I will be putting it out to everyone to the show about definite dates and where you basically can stay anywhere you want to in New Orleans. If not start at the Holiday Inn, maybe that's not so haunted. But if you go to the Omni or any of the other historic hotels, especially, you know, if you're a 100-year-old building, especially in New Orleans, it's haunted. I can give you a written guarantee the fact that it's haunted. All right, I will see y'all later next week. I'm not sure who I'll have. I do not have a guest lined up. Now, in 2 weeks, which is Thanksgiving, I have recorded a Thanksgiving show. Yes, I have. And I'm looking for a guest for next week, but for Thanksgiving, I do have a pre-recorded show that I will be showing. So that's already said, done, and in the books. So we'll be showing that so I can spend time with the families, and I don't have to talk somebody off the Thanksgiving dinner table and talk paranormal for a couple hours. So bid y'all farewell. Thank you for showing up tonight. And just remember, tonight we were
Thanks for watching our show. Be sure to tune in to next week as once again we journey way down south into Bayou Country for another heaping portion of Southern Fried Paranormal with Len Dorman and Bones. Make sure to like, share, and follow. Y'all come back now. You hear?